Welcome back then to CCT here in South America in the first series of this season, and we're into some elimination games. I'm here with Dweg, and we're the duo nobody ever wanted, but you're going to get. So suck it up, enjoy.
Yeah, I think we've come for South American action, and maybe they've come for us, Alan. Maybe they're looking at this and they're saying,
absolutely,
this is the way forward. Like if we're gonna market this as the very best that the local teams have to offer, why don't we just bloody off get the play-by-play gone? Like we don't need it. We just need colors. That's all we need.
Exactly. I mean, it's not an exaggeration to say this is the best Peruvian team ever that we're going to see today. This is the pinnacle of their Counter-Strike. So we are seeing the best of something, and that is something to revel in. The first game of today then will be Jerza versus LP. LP stands for Larga Dozy Pelados, the long-haired dogs, as we've now learned, thanks to Google Translate. They're certainly winning points to Egg in the name game. They've got that under wraps.
It's funny, right? Because I feel like, especially LAN players, love to call each other dogs, but to actually call yourself dogs, that's like a bit of a self-burn. I respect
it means no one else can harm you, Dweg.
Yeah,
if you're already deprecating yourself, there's nowhere to go down.
Yeah, that might be one way of looking at it. And I mean, even for them, I mean, I casted both of these teams yesterday, and I think for Jerza, they probably want to forget that best of three completely. Whereas for LP, they could have won it in 2. They went into the decider and then went 12-0 down. So I think both teams will look at yesterday and think, bit average. Could have been better. Definitely need to put in a better shift today.
Yes, winning more than 0 rounds in a half is going to help your proceedings. Let's focus in on these teams. I think we can say from the outset, I think alongside a lot of the viewers, less of a familiar names here. I think a couple of guys we have seen in previous teams. But the way I always look at these matchups, Dweg, is that there will be a star of the future on one of these teams. There will be a really good player on one of these teams. And, you know, obviously Peruvian team, Spanish speaking, maybe they can find themselves onto a 9Z with some of those sort of players. There is scope for some of these players to really prove themselves on a stage they don't get to play on very often.
I think the problem, unfortunately, for Jerza is where are you proving it in CCT if you're not even holding weight? I mean, the best of 3 that they had yesterday, they won 9 rounds in 2 maps. And then the series before that, they won 5. It's like, well, we're not really seeing much, are we? I definitely got the feel when I watched them yesterday that they're very individual based and they work a lot of what I would say is like star mid-round moments. And if players just aren't getting opening attempts or players are struggling individually, they just have nothing. So I look at this best of 3 today and I'm thinking, okay, we need to see a little bit more individual impact, because if we don't, it's probably going to be a series wrapped up pretty quickly.
Yeah, they don't want that. Loser again goes home. Winner will be down to 2-2. So even for them, they have some work to do to make it to playoffs, and that obviously is the goal for these teams. VRS points, whatever, prize money. This is all a factor, especially as you get to the more grueling levels of competition where these teams are. Let's take a look at the long hairy dogs, LP on the other side of the server. A couple more better known names. I've certainly covered Realzin, Leo Monster, ZMB is another player who rings a bit of a bell. So I guess slightly more established names, Dweg, but still, surely they're in the same position of they need to prove something for us to take them, you know, in stock against the other players in their region.
Well, you'll notice at the photo straight away and say they've got Nitro as an organization backing them. Now, 9 days ago, they were dropped by the org. And basically the whole Twitter post was VRS, blaming this, blaming that. We're not going to continue the project. So this is now an unorg team that, going forward, needs to basically be striving for a lot of playoff performances. They need to be getting the necessary wins to get picked up, because I think we know, especially in Europe, and it happens in every region across the world, when teams get unorged, players get picked apart pretty quickly, and players move on to other projects. So if you do want to keep this lineup together, if you do want to keep some experienced names like the in-game leader of ZMB, like the AWPer of BSD, like Rilzen, who's got almost 1,100 maps played on HLTV, then you need to get picked up quickly. And maybe this is basically last chance in CCT to at least get the final 2 wins to make sure that you're getting into the playoffs.
Such a brutal situation to play through, because obviously when you're under an organization, you have a shared vision, you have a goal. But as soon as you lose that, it's basically inevitable, to be honest, that 1 or 2 of the players are already thinking of jumping ship immediately. And then how do you practice? How do you continue improving? Who's going to put in the work? And as you're saying, these players, maybe more than ever, need to look good for other teams to pick up. So you have this kind of dichotomy where everyone wants to look good individually, but I can almost guarantee you as a team, they can't put the work in because not everybody's going to be on board because there's so much going on behind the scenes. It's a brutal situation. And I guess in some ways, survival of the fittest, you need to just rely on yourself at this point.
And I would say VRS is very difficult in South America because there is not a lot of tournaments to play in. And when you do get involved in some of the open qualifiers to close qualifiers, you start going up against the better teams and you get knocked out of comps quickly. So I look at LP, even in the last handful of months, they've basically played, what, one Astana closed qual, ECL where they had one game in the playoffs and got knocked out because they got seeded into the lower bracket. And they played one of these Odyssey Cups where they made it into the playoffs, but you're not really getting much bounty, you're not really getting much VRS. When the CCT circuit comes along, you just can't afford to be going out in 1-3, 0-3. Like, not only have you got to get 3 wins, but I would say you need to be pressing for top 8s and top 4s. Otherwise, we are just going to see the struggles of the VRS campaign against these local teams.
Do you not feel like it's a bit bizarre that the organization chooses to walk away just before they get some consistent events? Because as you're saying, they're spread across different tournaments. They're, a lot of them are single elimination knockout sort of deal. Whereas CCT, you're going to get a good number of games. They're going to be presumably in future iterations, as long as they maintain this sort of level. They should have been in a decent place to get a lot of experience under the belts, but now it's carnage. Now it's chaos.
I think it's just really difficult. I mean, look at Iberian Soul, right? That's a team that I would consider towards the top end of Tier 2 in Europe. They play basically on HLTV daily. They can't even get an org. They've been unorged for about 3 months now. So it tells you that even some of our larger prospects and teams that we would consider that are so much up the ladder can't get an org. It's just, I think, financially a really tough situation, especially if you're outside of the EU. And I think now with the whole VRS, I think a lot of orgs are just looking at it. I mean, Alan, you worked with Endpoint, you know what it's like. They've just now said, no, we're not going back in. We're going to wait for the opportunity. Well, then when? Are we waiting a year? Are we waiting 2 years? There's a lot of orgs, alternate attacks they've also pulled out.
Well, the other thing is that kind of in previous years, you've been able to look at the calendar and say, these are the big opportunities, qualifying for Pro League, qualifying for Major through the open qualifiers. It's now much more murky. It's now much more, what events do you play? Do you get enough points? Are you over a threshold? Are you in this qualifier? It's much harder to point at one thing and say, we're going for this. And that is tough, I think, for a lot of these teams. We do have the veto. It's probably not worth reading masses into this one, Dweg, because we don't have the best data on these teams. They've obviously been quite inconsistent, especially to be in this position already in this tournament. But is there any standouts here, or more just par for the course?
Well, I'm glad we don't have Mirage, because Mirage is just awful for both teams. I mean, Jerza are 0-8 on Mirage in the last 3 months, and then we saw LP down 0-12. They just did not know how to work a CT side of Con and Short. So I'm glad that we don't have that being floated towards a decider. Ancient was played from Jersey yesterday, and on the T side, they looked really flat. They really struggled in gun rounds to be able to work map control. They struggled on site hits. They were just getting farmed. Train is a map that we don't see being played all that frequently when it comes to at least the CCT circuit. I think a lot of teams are basically insta-banning that or not floating it as a decider, so that's something a little bit different. But I think there's contention on map 1, because both teams actually do pick Ancient quite consistently in best of 3s.
Train will be interesting, because it's still a map where it's not a Mirage, it's not an Inferno, and we know how Mirage looks for these teams. Even having said that, where individually you're going to be comfortable, individually you're going to know your options. Train is still in a place where it's cloudy. You're not quite sure how to play every situation. Do we retake here? Do we play in for this map control? How do we react when we lose this? So it could be really intriguing for both of these teams to see where are protocols and where are they not. And presumably for LP, they're confident that at least in their gameplay and the plans they have, that they do have more structure. Now, that's not a guarantee. We'll see on the server, but I think Train will test these teams in a way that these other two maps don't, because they'll be so much more comfortable.
And we have at least seen LP hold a decent amount of weight in this comp already. I mean, their opening game was against Crew, and they went 3-0 in the comp. And people will remember, like, Rai, who was out there on MIBR, a Buddha that was out there on 9Z, like a couple of guys that have been around the scene for a little while. They nearly won that best of 3. I mean, the final map decider went down to round 23 on Mirage, and then they even were able to get a win against the Dusty Roots. That's probably another team that is going to bound for the playoffs. That's like Turtle and May and those kind of players. So I do expect LP to come into this game pretty comfortably with the win. just from what I saw yesterday and what I've seen in the last couple of weeks, I don't have faith in Jersey. I just don't think they've got what it takes to be able to kind of hold any level of competitiveness in a best of 3.
Yeah, sad today. That's sad to say, but we say it like it is. We probably expect the more experienced outfit to play better here. That would be LP. Having said that, there's definitely asterisks, aren't there? I mean, the Orgs walking away. We're not sure how much practice they have. Certainly in some of the games you covered, it sounds like pretty wildly inconsistent, to put it mildly.
Yep, that's fair.
It's definitely not a lock that they're going to play perfect Counter-Strike. But if we look at the series saying, even if they're playing 70% of their game, they're probably going to win this.
Yeah, I'd probably jump on that one as well.
Yeah.
And I mean, even the CT side of Ancient, like I'm looking at it from LP, their win rate on HLTV isn't great, but it's still the highest played map in the pool for them. And fast out from mid, jeez, they are getting owned. There is a lot of CTs fighting down towards Elbow, and if you are the T side, you might be able to get a lurk kill towards A, but I think that's pretty much all that you're going to get in the round.
It makes me extremely happy that we have the full name of Largadozi Palados on the HUD. And then, but in every asset so far, it's just been LP. that is golden. We enjoy that just as much as the Hairy Dogs enjoyed holding down mid. Couple headshots, and frankly, Jersey, once they lost those openers, never really stood a chance.
I think for Jersey, the only success they were getting on gun rounds on their T side of Ancient yesterday was basically boosting up players behind the elbow smoke and then just working aggro cave. Other than that, they were kind of losing fights everywhere. So I'm going to be at least watching out for the first few gun rounds just to get a bit of a feeling on what their pacing is like and where they can find any sort of damage. I mean, out in mid, it's a single flash. Leo Monster has got players all around him, but dealt with pretty easily.
Not too bad. Looked a little bit scary when players first got out and overwhelmed one man, but they were okay. They were okay. All right. Guns out for Jersey. Util should be fairly good. As a reminder, guys, this is their map pick. Both teams do like it. But if there's any map in this series where Jersey will have more set rounds and set plays, you expect it to be this. Is that a double up on the smoke for elbow?
Because I was 50-50 on whether I was going to say anything there. Just in case the first one misses. It's for elbow. Yeah.
What if somebody puts a molly down to get it bursting somewhere strange?
Oh my god. First gun round as well. We got a double elbow smoke.
It's not the best start. That's not ideal.
Yeah, they are packed so heavily towards lane right now. Oh, the HE damage is just doing so much right now.
And they seem pretty committed to this B hit, New Jersey. This from my lord. There were 3 in defense for Largadozi Palados, but not anymore. A lot of damage dealt. 2 players dead. Almost a third. And nobody's actually seen each other just yet. Perhaps that would change as Seb sticks around in this smoke. But actually, Jersey, are they pulling the pin on this B hit? It looks like they are. They have no other map control, so it's a bit of a risk. Largadozi Palados could have pushed anywhere on this map. And now we're just running blind. They don't have a clue where these CTs are.
I can't believe BSD has aggro pushed A main. He's gone to elbow and he's seen nothing. He's like, yeah, they're definitely lame. They're definitely out in B doors. And yet they've just somehow gone T-spawn, run all the way to A main.
How is this working? How is this working? Site is taken. The CTs could even consider a save here. Reelsin is very low. And now that he's gone, these guns are of value. Very bizarre round, to put it mildly.
Yeah, that is insane. If there was an elbow lurk, you'd maybe understand it. If there was maybe an A player that's walked out A main and got a timing, great. But 4 lane, just sit there and go, nah, let's go A, yeah. Let's pack up and leave.
Just a good example of if you overload a site, you need to take information if you don't hear anything for too long, because it looks silly for us. Of course, we can see the X-ray, we know where the players are, but even on the server, they would be kicking themselves for not having anybody better positioned to hold on to A. They sort of handed the end of that round over on a platter when perhaps they didn't need to. And now their money's a disaster. Gonna have to force. Util's a bit limited. So we have got some rifles out, but this is last chance saloon. There will be pistols out in the following if they can't win this.
I'm a bit worried about some of the aggro moves, though, against the anti-rush util. I mean, we saw it out in lane in the last round. Just everyone towards the top of shelf, mid lane, just getting pummeled by the incendiaries and the HEs. Leo Monster straight towards the flashbang, doesn't even have his weapon drawn. What is going on here? Spam from Donut, spam from Red Room, but an opening kill for the T side.
It's going to be one of those games, boys and girls. Buckle up. Might not be the best Counter-Strike, but I guarantee you it will be entertaining. Very low HP on a couple of these terrorist players, but gonna need some work for the hairy dogs to find them. It sounds like I'm insulting them every time I say their team name. It's hard. It's hard out here.
There's just nothing on the retake for them either. Little flash play. Oh, good timing. Easy kill. All right, well, that's going to send them into the save. LP will be furious at themselves with how much damage they do on the spams out in CT, that just none of them are connections. None of them are pure kills. And one intriguing round followed up by another good pack one has just given Jerza not only a tied-up scoreline, but probably an easy third to continue.
Certainly has. We'll say it would be nice if, when these rounds have seeded, if the LP guys could actually hold on to some more guns. Barely saved anything in the last couple, when it was pretty clear to us that the round was over. Long before they pulled the pin themselves. And as I mentioned, that money, it was on the brink, and now it's truly cooked. One saved rifle, USPs around this. I guess the only question is, how do you best deploy reels in to do some damage?
Yeah, they are liking the pack and group, and maybe that's just the right mindset when you're working with this kind of level of team, rather than defaulting too heavily, spreading out, giving potentially easy timings, just pack and group. I mean, it's what we're seeing basically in all these gun rounds now.
Okay, in we go. They might not clear Leo because there was a molly near him. Maybe he's looking this way for now. Leo springs his trap. Not easy with the USP, and oh dear. Well, we've all been there. Rest in peace.
It's a shame that Reelsit wasn't there with the M4. If he was in that pause, that could be a round win right there.
Save it is. The USPs don't need to save. They could at least go for one exit, but they're playing very reserved. And there you go. Jerza take the lead. That one was just an eco for their adversaries, but you're right. Simple Counter-Strike. It's often overlooked versus the intricate nades and whatever the defaults and explosive moves, but there's something to be said for just reducing the variables and playing together.
Probably one of the best maps in the pool to do it on as well. I feel like Ancient, you can pack and group almost everywhere. I just always work timings, work opening kills. Don't have to sit there and have heavy lurks. The tactical coming out. And for the Jerza side, their head coach, they used to play with back in the day. So it's always nice that they can bring someone in familiar with the system. It's kind of wild how long this iteration has been going for. For the likes of Zoki, Baby Rage, Slayer, the 1ALR, those guys have been going for years. Even though they probably don't have as many HLTV officials and events as people would probably assume, have been going for a while.
I reckon the one is an L, and it's Layala.
You think so?
I have a hunch.
Okay.
It could be completely wrong.
Well, because his name on HLTV is Antoinetti.
Well, that really helps. Basically, it's anybody's guess.
Oh, here we go.
All right, side taken. CTs are reeling, having to fall back on defense. Said with the opener, look at this. A real change of pace. Yes, it's been grouped round, but nothing this explosive. And BSD is not long for this world yet again. Larga, Dozy, Palados lose the numbers, don't save many guns, and get completely blindsided.
It didn't look like there was a huge amount of anti-rush down there towards ramp. It didn't even seem like a HE came in. It just looked like an incendiary, and then your cave player gets smoked off. Your player out towards the long side of the map is really struggling with just how much pace is coming towards them. LP will probably feel that they are just getting gimmicked out of this first half right now. That we're not getting proper CS that we get in our previous best of threes. But I always get the vibe, and especially on HLTV, you just need to adapt to the team that you're playing against, don't you? It doesn't matter if you're playing a team that's really explosive or a team that really likes to run the clock. You've got to do everything that you can in your power to change your overall game sense to give yourself an advantage. And right now, they are just struggling on this CT side.
They need a pause, don't they? And a quick discussion. They can't keep losing rounds to the extremities. They don't necessarily have to fight it super hard, especially on A, but they can't afford to lose numbers and space and it util elsewhere. There's just too many losses to stay competitive in the rounds. This one's a bit of a half buy as Zoki here takes space through the smoke. Hap is plucked. And they can run riot now. Do whatever they like in mid.
Imagine being Hap, though. You're right. Okay, we're on a light deco. They know that our buy's not great. And they've just run through their own cave smoke. It's like, what's going on right now?
They exist in a different dimension.
I like that.
Higher plane of thinking.
Sure.
In 10 years, we'll be talking about the Peruvian meta. And everybody will be doing this.
It looks promising now for the CTs.
Let's scrap that meta. That's a disaster. Oh my lord. This has gone from a hugely advantageous situation for the CT side. For the T side, even to something much, much worse. And now it's just completely falling apart. Nobody's looking the right direction. What the heck just happened? We had all the map control. We had full mid control. And players just walk out of cave and get good engagements. Not good enough.
Yeah, there's a little bit of spam from the T side. It's also a bit strange to just have a reload right there. Like, out of anywhere that you're going to reload, to think, yep, right here when they can swing shelf. Bit of a weird timing, and there's been some tilting rounds, I would say, from both squads so far.
Bit of a lifeline, though, to the CT side. Their gun rounds have been really troublesome. They've presented a chance to win on a half buy. It means they have some money in reserve as well. But the B pressure continues to cause problems. Yes, it's a 1-for-1, but the T side will take this. It's going to force the CTs to leave somewhere on the map open, surely. Let's see if BSD here is tested. No, smoke lands at his feet. Tries to burst it. The player has already crossed, and the nade is a little bit deep. Do they know the player's in mid? Reels in checks, and a very important engagement. That would have been huge problems had he gone down.
But now that Rilzen is rotated away from red, it's bringing the attention from Leo Monster over. So it means that B is quite under-defended, quite passive. You've got a short line of engagement, another one out towards long. So it will be an easy site plant. And for ZMB, he's got an incendiary that he can put down towards default. Try and make it a bit more uncomfortable for the plant.
A lot of nades here for this CT side. They use them intelligently. It's hard to see how Jerza could get a lot of good fights. Seb is already incredibly low. Got some HE grenades here in the mix as well. Seb getting peppered down and down and down. Molly does the job. And now the site retake really comes into force. A couple players in and around cave. This is so difficult for the remaining T-side players to fight. They do find one onto ZMB through the smoke, but still, how can they get out? How can they do work? Somehow they've killed 2 players. It's just Reels in remaining. Does he have time? I think he does just about. My God, that was too close for comfort.
Right, where do we start unpacking that round, Alan? First one is it's a double cave setup with a 3v4 disadvantage, and they plant safe. They don't even plant open for cave, and they're both in cave. You just think, like, what is going on there? Like, what is the default player meant to do? He's just getting no support. The cave smoke's gone down. Mollies are coming against you, and yeah, that's a wild round. I mean, fair play to Jerza to at least try and get out of cave and nearly win that round, because it actually had to come down to a 1v2 clutch in the end.
Crikey. This is a lot to process at the moment. Something that is pretty clear so far is that Largadozi Palados, the rounds they're winning are gruesome. It's not clean Counter-Strike. And we expected them to be the better team coming into this series. Even on Ancient, given their opponent's pick. And yet again, another round where they're getting caused problems early. There's a lot of frags across the map. There is a trade. And now we're moving into this B stack. We're seeing a lot of util. Terrace players yet to fully commit just yet. They're actually running off shelf, aren't they? And that kill surely does a lot to hold these remaining players. Reelsin is the only man that can do something about this. Sees the first cross, trigger discipline. First found, can't make it two. There's so much happening. Now the lurk comes on to B. The CTs are surrounded. What do they do?
Yeah, this round is completely over. The lurk is in a good position. All the site players need to do is just not overpeak, play time, and then the backstab will pretty much close it in from here. The Jerza have just so many insertion points. I mean, that spam kill in lane really did help the rounds. They do have a play on the bomb site. Jockey just needs to make sure that he stays alive. Oh, they're getting baited into this, aren't they? They're going to stick it. Oh, no. Oh, this is seriously odd because now the lurk is coming in from CT. It's being stuck all the way. Oh, no. No, no, no. How has that happened?
Oh, my.
You're right about the entertainment, Alan. You're spot on. You really are. This might be the best game of CS I've seen in 2025.
Yeah. It's definitely a game for the ages. Every round just doesn't make any sense.
No.
That was an incredibly strong after-plant position. Double donuts with a flank that nobody knows is coming. Jerza thrown away 2, 3, maybe even 4 rounds on this terrorist side already. They should be a long way in the lead. But they're not. It's been a brutal map. Both teams making mistakes galore. This round, Largadozi Palados had a man advantage. That has now fallen by the wayside. Missed shot here for BSD. Means he can't fail the second player. Does it in the end. Okay, let's take a breather. Some more normality, I guess, in that round.
A little bit more. I was a bit surprised of how Reelsin is still holding donut. Oh, sorry, holding mid towards elbow. When surely when the kill comes out from B doors to a scene, I don't know what happened there on the def cam with the comms for him to just be so slow to rotate. I mean, BSD has got to have a pretty good hold on the bomb site by himself. Gerza, I kind of like how both teams aren't taking tacks to slow this game down. It feels like it's just momentum based. It's just like, let's just keep running every round. Let's just keep all the emphasis of just round after round. The Leo Monster has had back-to-back ones where he's just getting easy picks. And for Jerza, they are trapped in lane and trapped outside of elbow.
At what point have you said, I'm quite surprised, before you're not surprised anymore? Because you've seen it so many times. Because I'm reaching that point where all bets are off.
Okay. I do wonder what the thought process must be for the invited teams.
How has Reelsin only died twice in this game? How is that possible?
He has been quite aggressive at times too, isn't he?
I don't understand. Very bizarre. Well, some stability now for Largadozi Palados. Been such a strange half for them. They're on track here to get 8 CT rounds, despite having a lot of trouble, despite losing what I would wager is the majority of opening picks.
Well, I mean, they're not even really throwing the jump up molly consistently. I feel like I see it every 3 rounds or so from elbow.
They are smoking elbow, Dwag. They can do that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, fair play.
Right, gives us the mid clear from the CT side. Let's see if Terrace players decide to get aggressive. There's so many nades. Mortar strikes from either side. There's a player on the shelf. Leo wins that duel, thankfully. Just about. That would have been pretty scary stuff. Happy is going to push the smoke into the cubby. Did anybody see him? No, they do not. In the meantime, Slayer's found a kill on Reelsin. Hap continues to go looking. First man found. Make it 2 and the 3rd. So aggressive. potentially undue confidence, but it works. That is brutal.
Oh, yeah, what a round. What a round. I love how Rilzen has just walked through an elbow smoke, and then Hap goes, do you know what? Don't even have a crossfire here. Player at B, fairly passive, fairly deep up there towards top ramp. Right, let me just play an off angle and just keep fighting. It has been a wild game. However, for LP, you've got to look at it and say, it doesn't matter what happened in those rounds. We are still 8-4 up at the turn.
That's certainly how they'll paint it. They'll be like, we don't need to watch this demo back. It was perfect, guys. Good job. Good job from the boys.
Demo corrupted? Oh, that's a good sign. That's a yes.
Perfect. Everyone's just on the server practicing their elbow smokes. Like, this, guys, we're so fucking good at these. We're so good at these. But yeah, you're right. I mean, jokes aside, they're not far now from winning their opponent's pick, despite playing far from their best CS. One aspect you can look at these sort of games and say is, if they clean up their act a little bit, Jers is not in this game at all.
Jers was definitely doing a little bit of trolling in that first half. Could have converted a lot more rounds than what they actually did. And I almost wonder for Jerza, if their entire first half basis was just not even defaulting, it was just making aggro moves, taking aggro fights, then surely all we're expecting is heavy mid takes and heavy lane takes. Like, I'm not expecting anything else from them in this second half.
I want them to alternate playing 5B and 5A.
Oh, okay.
That would make me equal parts happy and terribly confused. Which is how I felt during this entire game. So far, so long may it continue. What have we got then? A couple nade sets here on this T side. 5 players towards the B side of the map. Defaulting out now in towards the cave. There's a couple Julies here to face them. Important fights to come here. Zocchi, does he feel like he wants these duels? Yes, he does, but can't win out. Now the side's getting overwhelmed. Flanking players dispatched with 2. So these couple guys in towards the long side of the back lanes. But can they even get a decent fight? It's a safe plant. There's players alive. We've got cave. We've got back towards the ramp and looking now towards shelf. These guys don't stand a chance. There's nothing they can do.
It's a bit of a shame that the Julies just gets nothing. I think anytime you have a Julie set up on B, you're expecting 1, maybe 2 kills in that position. Now, the retake is uncomfortable. Players are giving it a couple of individual fights. How is he still alive? He's stayed alive for a long time there. Maybe something that we do need to look at, Alan, is that Jersey yesterday won just a single pistol round, and now today they're 0 for 2 on their map pick. And I think the idea that you're constantly getting off to these shaky starts, where you're just never getting any advantage possible, I think it's not only going to hurt them on map 1, but probably on train as well.
Yeah, you can't. Well, you can win the series while losing a lot of pistol rounds, but it's not easy. They are random a bit. They're certainly not as intricate or strategic as gun rounds, but that's not an excuse not to put the hours in. Try and find solutions. This round's a full eco from the defense. They're 5 stacked over towards Donut. It's a nice pyramid going, but the T's are not walking like Egyptians. They're going towards B.
Start getting those flashbacks of the previous best of 3s in which they're getting owned. The surprising detail for Jersey is how they got some pretty good results out in that Dust 2 Eagle Masters tournament. I mean, they were able to hold weight against Marsborn, which is like Wolfie and those guys out there. And then even against Blue Jays, which is what, like Snav and that crew. That even was a competitive best of 3. And then they beat Might in a BO3. That's a team that plays in NA ECL, that's DJ and co. And you kind of just wonder, like, how are those series at least somewhat competitive, even being pushed to wins? But yet, as soon as we see them in South American competitions, they're just getting destroyed, just absolutely slapped about.
Perhaps the pace of the game is different. There's certainly an element where the easiest teams to play are actually the teams that play the most default and the most boring. Playing teams that are a bit more left field, a bit more loose, can cause problems, especially if you're susceptible to those sort of rounds. What have we got here then? It feels like a fast A split. Donut under pressure, and Slayer cannot get a good fight. Oh dear, this is crumbled completely. This T side is looking pretty coordinated now for Largadosi Palados. I'm starting to feel like this map is over, Dwayne. This is really far gone now.
Yeah, I've got that same feeling, and I do feel for Slayer. I don't think he's done anything wrong there. He's tried to play close towards the smoke. He's tried as much as possible to give himself an off angle, so at least he can get first contact quite easily. And he's just getting destroyed by a running MAC-10 that's jumping through the smoke. And it's just, I don't know what else you can do there. He's re-smoked the angle. He's tried to make it uncomfortable for them. You would probably expect to go 1 for 1, maybe 1.5 kills at the very best, and instead the A site is just getting slaughtered. And then even for Baby Rage, you have to go, what, aggro pick towards A main, because you know you're being split from 2 sides. And individually, you're getting nothing. And when we... going on there, I thought BSD might just get TK'd.
They're just teasing you.
Yeah, keeping me on the edge.
Certainly are. Well, pick your poison now if you're Jerza, isn't it? Do you eco and then play against 8 map points to lose your own map pick? Or what we would see is probably the more logical decision is actually just to force and at least retain a buffer. 8 in a row would surely be impossible. And I guess they're using this pause to discuss their options. Nobody's made a move yet. What do they do?
This doesn't look great for the VRS campaign if you're the Peruvian players. This seems like it's going to be a fairly early exit out in CCT. I mean, even their opening game, Alan, was against a female team made up of a lot of MIBR ex-female players. Mm-hmm. Map 1 went all rounds in regulation. Map 2 went all rounds in regulation. And it was only Map 3 that was one-sided. And you kind of think in that series, you should be able to get a pretty easy layup, a good way to have your confidence going. You've now just come in and you've had 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds, 5 rounds, 4-11 down. Like just maps that just aren't even somewhat competitive against everybody else.
Scoring worse than the UK in Eurovision, that is. That is not good. All right, fast B call here on this T-set, and I kind of rate it. Keep it simple up against the pistols. That said, we've taken pretty heavy damage. Can we get the trade? Tap goes wide. He's got to do a lot of work. And the 5-7 comes good. Of all the rounds, this is where Largadozi Pilatos drop the ball. Where's the bomb, Dwayne? It must be on the site, right? Yeah, it is. BSD's nowhere near it.
We're not really sure why you've got a player out there on the wood wall who's just spamming the rifle. I mean, it's fairly long range against limited upgrades. Why is there no control of tapping or even having a small levels of burst? And secondly, why is there just a lack of util on the bomb site? Why is short and long just not being smoked? Easy post plant. BSD is going to have a tough time on this one. Zoki's re-smoked the entrance, and BSD's got no option but to try and walk through it. And there's just no chance you're going to win this fight at all if you walk through that smoke.
Well, we saw that one coming. Wow. Yeah, you're right. Said I don't dislike the idea to run a fast round. It's not an intrinsically bad thing, but you need good spacing. We need trading. We can't have one player fighting from pillar with nobody helping, and as you said, no util to isolate the angles.
Yeah, just nothing. I mean, even the Galil that gets out there towards long is just struggling. Struggling against the limited pistols.
The lifeline, I guess, for Jerza. Still, there's so much work to do to get on even terms. Taking BSD here very low as he mounts his charge over towards Shelf. But we need a lot more from this Peruvian squad. We need cleaner Counter-Strike. We have to make good now and break the terrorist money while we have the opportunity. There is no room for mistakes anymore for Jerza.
Back and forth spams out here towards the wood wall are doing some decent work. You've got a triple B set up where they are quite back passive. No one's made much of an info play towards ramp. Instead, it's a double walk recave. And the timing is a bit awkward for the CTs. It's an easy kill for Hap. And down from ramp, Seb is just walking with the AWP against MB.
Feels like Jerza has the read. Third player is reasonably near B. Long smoke lands, bit more util as well. There's no util towards the short side. There's nothing towards cave. And that's where Seb is posted. Falls back in towards cave proper. a bomb plant here would be a bit of a result. Leo goes looking. Just a swing. Taps again. Here comes the remaining player.
What?
And Leo Monster is gone.
What has just happened there, Alan? Why is he not just at least
I told you to stop questioning these things.
Safe. Like, he's in a position. Okay, he doesn't know all the angles. To be fair to him, right? You know, he knows one's cave, doesn't know where the other guy is. But to just be open like that in the open, and not a safe plant for long, or a safe plant for ramp.
I guess it's also because he's already played his trick. He's already tapped it once. The likelihood that they peek again, or they peek on the second tap, is so high that yeah, you're right. You should just plant safe and at least give himself a chance. What have we got here then? Lagardozzi Pilatus have decided to full force by rounding up onto this B bomb site. They find one, no bomb plant just yet. But they might feel compelled to take more map control here. The bomb planter has 12 HP. Any damaging util towards him will cause tremendous problems, and it has. Players rushing to get the bomb down. But now the smokes have gone. Again, the mollies are forcing players wide. This is not how you play a B site after plot.
PSD needs an absolute Hail Mary here. Now, the best that he could realistically hope for is 1 kill. But even that seems unlikely. Out towards Cave, the jiggle comes in. Baby Rage doesn't quite see him straight away. The AWP really close from Seb. All the rifles are around him. And Jerza make it 7. Now, I think in that one, the lack of ability to retake long really hurt them. They try to put the util down. I mean, we saw, a molly being thrown from short. That just disappears in the smoke. They try and re-smoke. They're just being spammed up in the process. Doesn't help that Rilzen tries to get the plant down and he's just being baited by HE. It's an easy kill. And you just wonder, is there a chance? Especially because there's another force buy. I don't quite know what's going on here from LP.
You've almost won the game.
This just feels like an OT. I've got the vibes of an OT right here.
I'm baffled. I mean, the only reason you'd go for this, let's say this was the first half, similar play out of rounds. The only reason you go for this is if you'd think you could break the other team's economy, but they can't. The other team has good money. They only need 1-2 saves, maybe none, and they're still going to have rifles across the board. And now they're at a weaponry deficit. They lose the first 2 men. The Labour trade does come in the end. But this, for a team 11-7 up, this feels desperate.
Well, if I'm going to give you a little bit of insight to the best of 3 that happened yesterday for LP, they got themselves in a pretty good scenario, being 10-6 up, and then couldn't close on the city side of Inferno. So this is a similar scoreline, and one that looks like it's written off. Looks like you pretty much come to a pretty easy conclusion. Game's finished. We're going to map 2. I just wonder whether there are going to be some serious concerns about closing Ancient 1-0 up in the series now.
They're getting nowhere in this round. They haven't paused, have they, since they've lost these first couple?
No.
In this run. Now would be a good time just to put the brakes on and play every gun round cohesively on the same page. That said, given their forcing antics here, they're going to have to wait another round before they can full invest.
Or do they? That's like, yeah. Can you imagine?
Surely not.
No. That is trolling. That's actively trolling.
I would actually rate a full eco here.
Okay.
So that you could buy twice. It's pretty rare you would ever do this, but
ooh. Wonder if there's a hero, because it's a I mean, they've got max round loss bonus, so there's no worries here for ZMB. But surely, I look at these rounds, Alan, when you do buy heavily with like armor, pistols, upgraded util, I just prefer one player to not invest in Kevlar and just drop an AK. I feel like if you're putting so much expense into it anyway, give yourself the best chance of actually creating something.
At minimum, we want them to have a plan. And 2 rounds ago, they did have a plan with a fast B hit, but in the previous round, whatever the plan was didn't survive any contact with the enemy. And in the midst of all of this, Jerza's banked up a lot of money. They can sustain a full bore round loss and still fully invest with the AWP, full nades, kits, the whole bells and whistles. The real pressure now on the Brazilian squad to get something done. Bomb is a little bit late to the party here. They have the sight somewhat. Oh my lord, what's happening there? Zuki gets aggressive on his own. Boost here with the orb. Find his man for now. Bomb will be planted. But this is ever so difficult for the T side to win. We've got a flanking player in towards the cave. Kits already on the server. A couple flashes perhaps can be used by Seb. One of these guys has got to get aggressive and make a move. Reels in here, clears. Quick reload. Can he find an isolated fight? Baby Rage has got to wait for his teammates and the smoke to fade. Orpa goes in first. Jumping Tech9 does the job. And now it's all on Reels in. Oh, a decent try. But his teammates left him way too much to do.
Another one of those moments where we just see a lack of map control on the post, don't we? Not only is it a mad disadvantage, but Cave is not being taken, Long is not being taken. It's a flying Tech9 straight towards the face from Seb, and it's a decent effort there from Rilzen in a 1v3, but I think when you're choking this outcome, you do really need to be stealing that round. You do need to be going up to map point, putting the pressure back on the team that's now certainly the underdogs in this best of three, but putting themselves in a position where this streak is just growing. It's just getting larger and larger by the rounds.
Still no pauses as well. Still no pumping of the brakes for this T side. Potentially no acknowledgement of how bad this is starting to look. They've had, what, 4, 5 gun rounds in a row where they haven't been affected, and the bomb is on its own, dropped in towards A main. Util on the ground as well. Baby Rage needs a bit of help.
Yeah, I think we're done here. I think that was a stop call before that kill had come in.
Are you sure it was before? Because
players were moving around in spawn like the call had come in. So I believe that the stop call was made.
Let's hope for their sake there was a stop call there, because yeah, Gers are kind of doing the right thing. You should actually, I think you should play this round out if you're them, because at least off the information we have, we're not totally sure what the case is right now.
What a strange second half this is turning out being. And I think if you are Jerzer, if you are looking at the whole mindset of basically not having chances in your last couple of best of threes and you've been sort of slapped out of the competition, if you're going to go down, you might as well go down fighting. You might as well look at this first map and say, look, we've picked into it. We pick a lot of Ancient. Let's at least give them a proper run for their money. Let's make sure that we at least get close towards an overtime marker. Let's try and get close towards a 13th. And then the series just isn't wasted as an overall picture.
I'd be down to hear an overall case that Jerzer have on some been the better team in this map.
Okay.
They dropped the ball so many times in that first half.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And if it wasn't for those rounds, they're in the lead, and maybe by a margin here. Largados y Palados, they've been put under pressure. As we've seen in the second half, they just completely crumbled.
Got an aggro play for the AWP in A main. This is Seb up against quite a lot of T-side players. This could be a bit of an easy opener. What is going on with Baby Rage? He has no gun. He's going back to spawn to pick it up. Oh no. What? Oh no. Is he just not bored?
You're joking.
Oh, it's done. This is over. Is this the map finish now, Alan?
I don't know what's happening. He still doesn't have a gun.
Oh.
I have no words.
Oh, he's gone all the way to Donut with a USP.
I have no words.
But he must have just not bought. I mean, he's on 7,500. Did he think with the round restore that a weapon would just appear, or that a teammate had dropped him? I have not seen that on a HLTV game in a very, very long time.
Surely he had time to rectify that before.
Surely you just press 1 and realize you don't have a weapon.
What a disaster, honestly. I'd be fuming if I was his teammates. Right?
No attack after that round either. Just
no
straight
pause.
into the next.
Plowing on. They had a respite in this map where it looked like perhaps they could get back into it, but now they've seen a map point. This is their pick. We're not totally sure where they stack up on Train. And they need to win this round so badly. Good opener for Baby Rage, but they lose Donut in the meantime. Seb has a lot of work to do. Finds his first man, tags up BSD. And no instant opportunity for a trade, especially with this Molly going down on towards the tunnel. So, for now, stable advantage. That didn't last long. Hab catches the play, getting aggressive in towards Cave. There's a spawn push in the meanwhile.
So they're going back to A. Well, they're trying to fake Rilson's leaving A. And this is just full over rotations from both squads. I still think the spawn player could make a play, though. No?
Well, yeah, I felt that plenty of times during this series so far and been proven wrong. He needs trigger discipline galore. Pulls it immediately. And the A player's looking the wrong way. Guys, come on. You need to let your flank play. You can't let your one big advantage be diminished. Bomb does just about get planted. This crossfire's pretty good. And there you have it. Certainly labored. Certainly carnage. But the cut and dry of it is that they've just won their opponent's map pick. And I guess you can't really take that away from them.
Well, let's just think. This might be the first and only time CCT puts us on again. I mean, what is going on in that first map, man? What have I actually witnessed? To think that it was Baby Rage on a USP and not a rifle that's legitimately just lost them Ancient. Like, that is the actual reason why it goes down in that fashion.
Yeah. There's honestly 10 rounds that map that baffle me. And I can't explain them. Even if I had 4 hours on the telestrator, it's not going to help. It doesn't make any sense. LP, I don't know. In a winning map, I feel quite negative about them. I've got to be honest. They won the map. The scoreline in the end was, I guess, reasonably comfortable, but they looked pretty dire in those last 3 gun rounds. They won both pistols. They won maybe 3 or 4 really tough rounds for Jerza to give up in the first half. They might be one up in this series, Dweg, but I'm not certain they're going to cleanly win this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also very questionable about the force buys in that second half. I'm not really sure what was going on there round after round with the rebuys. So, look, it's been 2 back-to-back 0-2 losses for the likes of Jerza. The pattern looks like it's continuing, but yeah, maybe there is a little bit more of a chance. But let's see what Train is going to shape up. We're going to head towards a break. Map 2, a chance for redemption for the Peruvians, but let's find out.
Ancient done and dusted. It's Train up next here in South America for CCT. These teams are both facing elimination 1-2 in the Swiss stage. A loser of the series goes home. We just had LP pick up their opponent's pick on Ancient. It was far from what we describe as a clean game. At the end of the day, Dweg, they did win their opponent's pick. They definitely like Inferno, but Train is a bit more of a question mark. Are we looking at this thinking there is potential for mistakes yet again?
I think there's
this map.
Potential mistakes on any map that gets played in this best of 3. Look, a Train has not ever been picked in a best of 3 from LPs. They've certainly looked at this one and thought, look, the Train looks quite weak for the opposition. Let's try and get in on it. I think map 1 was just a wake-up call. I think the LP are the better team, but when we look at some of the mistakes that were being made, they'll have to reflect on that and say, we probably could have lost map 1. Like, we very easily could have gone 0-1 down in the series here.
Yeah, well, that's what we hope. My counter to that would be they didn't pause in that first map. So at least in the moment, they never took stock of what was happening. Yep. They were making so many errors that frankly, Jerza had handed them so many rounds on a platter in that first half. So I don't know. I mean, based off the little I know of this team, based off what I saw on there on map 1, I am worried that they're not going to have those important conversations. Because as you say, if they keep making mistakes, if the communication continues being a problem, even against a team that should be weaker than them, they're leaving a door open that shouldn't be open. They're leaving opportunities that shouldn't be available. It could have cost the map 1, and that's my only fear really for Train, is that I think there's just more potential for mistakes to be exacerbated because they shouldn't be as comfortable on this map.
Well, something that might back up Alan's point a little bit with some evidence is that every single map pick in this series, or in this competition, I should say, has been a loss. Against True, against Dusty Roots, against Shinden. They've always gone to the 3rd map decider. It's always gone to 3, but it's been losing your map pick and winning your oppositions. So we like a bit of a parallel, don't we? We like it when patterns continue. So yeah, this is going map 3, obviously.
Certainly not a fun pattern. If you remember the team. That's why they keep picking different maps, I guess, is because they have no confidence.
Well, they've picked what? Ancient, Dust 2, and Inferno. They're like, yeah, let's get Train in there. Let's try and pick another
At some point, you just need to commit. You just need to be like, even if we lost this game, we are well practiced. We are going to play this map again. So, definitely a risk to keep chopping and changing. Let's get into the action. There are 3 in defense here on the B side of the map. Make that 1 remaining. This has not been a stunner of a defense. BSD has a lot of space to play with. Leo disconnects at the worst possible time. And with that disconnect, the man advantage is seeded. Reels in here is stuck behind the bomb train. ZMB needs to do a lot of work to help his teammate. They need to find fast kills. Reels in does his job. 1 kill and a dink. Now he needs his teammate to be on location. Reels is just doing it all alone for now. That could be enough. I'm not sure there's a kit. And playing with his body system, player should not be able to get a good duel. He doesn't know where to look. He's thinking there's still players ramp. 15 seconds to go. And he never stood a chance.
Well, fair play to Rilzen. I mean, he's an experienced player that's even played at some Tier 1 tournaments with Sharks back in the day, because they needed a recovery. Now, I believe that Leo Monster also DC'd, because one player DC'd, and then whoever was aggro towards sort of near Con was just firing at a wall. So I think it was actually 2 players that basically got disconnected in that round. So you can look at it as, what, a 3v5 deficit. Also think it's mental that they've got 3 CTs on A at the beginning of a pistol round on the CT side of Train. I don't even know how they've got so many players there.
I wonder if they're playing from the same location and one issue took out 2 in terms of connecting to the server. Still, it seems like we're back here. Don't think we'll need a restore. We should be able to plow straight on with this game. Still yet to see the game unpaused. But I'll tell you what, do I get stat of Jerza hating pistol rounds has continued. Yeah,
it's a bit like that, isn't it? I mean, imagine even being Rilzen, right? You think about the career that you've had. You've played in the Stockholm Major, right? Back in 2021, they were there at the Challenger stage with Sharks. Pretty sure.
It's too long ago, man.
I'm pretty sure he was at 1 major, and it's like now he's playing in CCT, and he's playing against Jerza. It's like, boys, this is not falling from grace here.
Rough times. Rough times out there. It will be a full eco for Jerza. They're not feeling like a force buy, so they'll be looking towards rifles come round 3. Pace here on this Pop Dog take. Dink up onto Leo, but surely his teammates will be able to pop. Get some good fights, and indeed they do. There'll be 2 for Largadozi Palados. We're already starting to think about the gun round. It's about to follow. Do they hold on to these Mac 10s? That is a question that they need to answer.
Well, I want to know, how good's the anti-rush util? Because I feel like any T side of train, no matter what the level is, if you start realizing that anti-rush util is weak in that T-con area of HEs and incendiaries, then you just start running it, don't you? You just start exploiting that massively. Now, for Jerza, they do have a few train officials under their belt. They haven't played a single one with Seb since he's come into the team. But that's at least something to be considerate of. And there is a lot of players starting out towards Con, the HEs of the double. Look pretty good to the start of the round, at least.
Okay, fairly standard spread for the CT side. The Brazilians, to me, look like they're going to hit this B-bomb site very soon. All the players are here into these upper halls now. Ollie holds them at bay for a moment. They haven't got any map control elsewhere. They haven't applied any pressure to the A portion of the map. And by virtue of that, there are 2 players hard committed here in defense. Player and Pop Dog 2 for the CT side that could bring a fast flank. Re-smoke onto ramp. This looks a bit silly to me. Do they really think they're just going to get out and onto B without any resistance? We're just going to stand in these tunnels for the entire round.
Well, at least they baited all the util. I mean, the anchors are going to have nothing to block. They're going to have absolutely nothing but just raw fight. So even if B does get taken, which of course it will do, I think it could be quite tough for these 2 B defenders.
Smoke takes Seb out of play for the moment. Tries to come through. Can he find a good engagement? Lots of space taken out towards the Thomas side, down the lane. Baby Rage gets 2v, quickly traded. Out of ammo in the end. 2v2 situation now, and Leo on top of the train finds his man. Does the bomb get planted? Yes, it does. Now it's all on Leo. Jumps up on the train. Maybe you should have played a longer game. You're never going to get a good fight coming up the ladder. That looked a bit bizarre.
Definitely just worried. Bomb not planted for you. No util. Does he have a kit? Does he not? Is he just going to stick? But that was a pretty easy 1v1 to come through from Zocchi. And for Jerza overall, I mean, the B-side oil player did quite well with that from Mars, putting up quite a bit of damage, nearly won the round by himself. It's a shame that doesn't quite find that last connection. But if you are LP, you're probably looking at that one saying, we did okay with the exec, but Alan's kind of spot on. There was no pressure Ivy, there was no pressure into Pop really against Zocchi, nothing out in T main. It was just pack and group in the brown halls for the entire round.
They were very lucky that none of the CTs pushed on the A side of the map. One player pushing main, pushing Ivy, even playing more up close in Pop Dog, could have ensured an even heavier bead stack and a fast flank. So I hope for their sake that they do a bit more pressure across the map before committing. Similar sort of default, heavy B lean for this T side. And the CTs don't have masses of information. Going to disperse a lot of their util just like the previous round. Feels like basically the same again to me.
Yeah, this has got to be the exact same exec. I mean, the only difference is that Leo Monster could potentially come out late. I mean, even now, he's heard towards that T-con angle. And I'm looking at the B-side defenders again, thinking there isn't a huge amount of util for them to block. Zocchi is being drawn his attention. 50 seconds. There's just no pressure. Finally, a play in towards T-con. Good patience there from Leo Monster, and that might even bring one of the second B players back to A.
They don't have to end B here. I know the bomb and the numbers are there. Not a necessity. This util, though, is doing a lot of work, isn't it? Third player comes back towards A. Leo commits. So they have a brief window where it's just Baby Rage, and they need to kill him soon. They can't afford to let this advantage slip away. Hap does the job in the end, but the rotations are now here. One player up on top. That's Seb, is felled. Hap taking a lot of space, gets his man. That was absolute chaos as they ran onto the site. I feel like that should have been easier, Dweg, because they pulled almost everybody A. They had a player pushing up a B for Jerza. That was pretty much a red carpet laid out.
Well, fair play to Hap for individually having an incredible round. I mean, he's not even pre-aiming on the bomb train. He's looking up there in the heaven rafters. So it's a difficult sort of swing down. And then he's just kind of caught player after player. And he's probably one of the few players on this team that not many people will know much about. Started his career out on Pain Academy, but sort of has only been in the local divisions at the lower ends. And now we're seeing from Jerza an unfortunate nature of not quite closing out a couple in a row, going down into an eco. Yeah, they could pick up a rifle in T-Con, but I don't think that means much.
They're about to get the bomb.
Oh, yeah, maybe you're right, actually.
Okay. Well, the last 2 rounds have been everybody else drops the ball, and then Hap decides that no shenanigans are going to happen.
Yeah, Jerza have to look at it and say, man, I can't believe we're 1-4 down. Like, with how some of these rounds are playing out, it does feel a bit underwhelming that, first off, you're not even going to get an AWP up for Seb in round 6, but you could potentially be looking at a 1-6 deficit. It's a really slow start at the city side of train.
I'd imagine it's quite possible that a couple of the players on Jerza came out of map 1 thinking we should have won that. We should have got more out of that first half. Now they need to get their heads back in the game. Zuki opens up the scorecard. Look at this, another quick kill as well in this round. Largo, Dozy, Pilatus are trying to take space on A, and they do get the reprisals. Okay. Man advantage is not long for this world for the CT side. Got a flank being pursued in the middle of all of this. Oh my. Not looking good now for ZMB. Does find another. That is a critical kill. Wants his fight, but can't win it. One too many. Jerza get on the board.
Oh, there was a chance. You could see the vision in that round. Jerza finally start getting some opening success. I mean, they get a 5v3 pretty early into the round itself. Still surprised how much Hap is creating. And I think if we're going to look at anyone on this T side, it's probably going to look at him in mid to late rounds as someone that's just going to be a bit of a playmaker and someone individually that can get the team out of trouble, because he's doing it quite consistently now.
This half started with B hits, and now Largo, Dozy, Palados, a mouthful, are absolutely committing to A in the previous 2. They are getting space, but we need more follow beauty. We need a transition from coming out of main onto the side proper, and this time they're being fed so many frags that maybe that question doesn't even need to be answered. Baby Rage here wants to be a hero, but I think the terrorist players know what he's up to. That is a good response, isn't it, from the T side, and the money never built up for the defense, which is the sole round win. They're back on course.
I do feel for Jerza, because I think if you replayed this best of 3, let's say 10 times, they probably win at what, 3 or 4? But I'm just kind of looking at how map 1's gone down with some of the rounds, looking at how map 2 has. It's just that on this day and in this moment, I just don't think they've taken the winnable chances. And they certainly showed that in the first half of Ancient. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Oh, double kill A. How good? Yeah.
Beautiful. Where's that Zeus? Where's Baby Rage playing? Is he the one close on B ramp? Feels like it.
Yeah.
Well, it's all on him. Get the Zeus out, brother. I need the entertainment value.
This has just been a pure pug in the first half for LP. I don't think we've seen a proper default from them at all on this T side. It's either been pack and group round halls, accelerate fast A, or maybe walk Ivy on the anti. That's just been it. We've just not seen set rounds from them in a default scenario at all.
Who needs a strat book? Just 3 strats.
You would
That's
hope
all you need.
the majority of the teams in CCT is like, they may be only the teams that are going into the playoffs, Alan.
The teams in the playoffs have a strat book, but
yeah,
come on, these guys are here for the love of the game.
Yeah. Oh man, I've got to be honest. I have had fun in this best of 3. I've been purely entertained.
I did warn you. This happens when I'm on the show. The teams bring their, I'm not going to say A game, but their
game?
their I don't know, their cojones. To the server. How has Hap just found 2 kills from the rip on his own?
He might be the GOAT. He might just be the best player in this entire CCT tournament. He's unbelievable right now.
Don't forget that round on Ancient where he just pushes B on a left eye angle and 3Ks the other team. Definitely wins the reward for the most unorthodox highlight plays.
I'll take that. Ooh. Oh, it's uncomfortable for the FAMAS. That's a shame, because I think if you get 2 there, that round is actually on. There's a chance of redemption.
I rate the fake here. Cities have got to make a play, they've got to stack, got to do something. And as long as they commit to this A round, that's where the bomb is. There's not going to be any resistance. Wager that Jers are already thinking about saving their guns, especially when they hear all these smokes rattling over. Yeah.
One's going to be pretty easy against the con player. There's not going to be much here for the FAMAS. Incendiary can come through. Pop Flash just running. Not even waiting for Seb.
I think Seb was saving.
Yeah. He's like, nah, let's go for this, mate.
I'm called Slayer for a reason.
Yeah. And so I've just had a moment as well, Alan, to have a look. And yes, Rilzen did play at a major. That 2021 Stockholm one where he played alongside JNT, Lucalzi, Panks, and Zevi. So he's got
no Malbs by that point.
Nah, not by then.
Okay.
How is that not a kill? I mean, we should reference as well, Coach is standing in on train. So that's also another thing that's not helping for Jerza.
What is helping?
You do wonder what is helping. That's a thinker.
That's the motto for the series for Jerza. What is helping? Not a great deal, unfortunately. This has been rough so far. Another round of opening kills. Granted, this one is a much lesser investment, but the brutality now being displayed by some of these terrorist players, we certainly expected them to be probably more skilled, certainly the more experienced individually. I feel like we're starting to see that actually in this train, because Jerza are not winning a lot of fights, end of.
Let's just think about it for a moment. So we've had a Inferno pick yesterday. We had a Dust 2 pick against the Dusty Roots. We had an Ancient pick against Crew. We've got a Train pick right now. I wonder, Swiss round 5. What is that? I know that they don't like their Anubis. So I don't know, maybe a Mirage pick. I say that 0-12 down yesterday a Mirage. Maybe not. I don't know.
If you're gonna pick Mirage, this was the series.
This was the
only one where I could get behind it.
Yeah, no, you are right. It could have been a punish.
They can't keep picking different maps. Surely the moment they win one, they're just gonna commit to that. How do you even prepare for series if you're just picking different maps every time? I mean, it baffles the mind. Have so much divergence and change. Another opener, though, for Largadozi Palados. They have lost the big man on campus. Hap is down. And that feels like more than a kill. It feels like 2 or 3 kills, I guess, if you're Jerza.
Oh, the coach. Oh, stays around for a little bit too long, unfortunately. At least they're being active. At least they try to create chances. I think right now, the majority of the gun rounds have been them sitting back and playing quite defensively on A and B. So I do like that they've got into round 11 with a bit more of a positive mindset.
BSD's a dead man, isn't he? He comes all the way out, starts facing sight. That barrel will be seen long before. Oh my lord!
No! Literally how?
That's an unmitigated disaster. And we've said that more than once in this series for Jersey. It just goes from bad to worse. This is a nightmare.
I actually don't have any words to describe what's just happened there.
This is simultaneously the best and worst series I've ever seen. It's perfect.
I just think fair play to the viewers that have stuck around in this best of 3. Like you're the real OGs right there. You're the real CCT demons to be sitting here watching Ancient and Train.
I like the idea there's one guy in the crowd writing down these strats for his ESEA Open team. He's like, so we have the AWPer flick, almost die, but get the kill, and then somehow hold the angle for the second. We randomly push, we let the opponents throw after plants. These are good strats, guys. Let's practice.
Baby Rage is struggling to hold on. Thinking about going to that AK. He's thinking about the bomb blast. Just don't go too further back. He'll be alright. LP have got to look at that last round, especially BSD. I can't even imagine what he's calling right there. What even his POV must look like.
Carnage.
Oh, man. It's such a shame, because the rounds have been somewhat competitive. Like, I would say, realistically, Alan, they probably could have got 6 in this first half.
Yeah.
And instead, it's 2-9, and probably 2-10 now.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a series where they're not playing bad early rounds. That's not the problem. The problem is the mid and the late. And here again, we get an opening kill. It's just Baby Rage on this side of the map. Does he get overwhelmed? Yes, he does. Leo here taking a lot of space, and he's doing tremendous work. 4 frags, round over. This feels like series done, and Jerza out.
LP have come here to play, and they've come to really redeem themselves after yesterday. I think when you're 10-6 up on the city side of Inferno, you really have no excuse with the economy in your favor to basically not win out map 1. It got stretched all the way to OT. They couldn't win it. They went out to Nuke. And to be fair to them, they were actually playing some pretty good T-side CS. They were working timings. They were over-rotating the opposition quite nicely. But they just didn't know how to play Mirage. And they've ended up losing that series. They've come into today. It's been a bit more brawly. Definitely been a bit more questionable. But everyone's coming to play for the result, aren't they? Everyone's coming here to make sure you get your win, you get into the next round of the comp, you get closer towards the playoffs. And I think they've done a pretty good job of that out on Ancient and Train.
Train's been better. Ancient had some really funky moments, but
yep.
Certainly for the last maybe 5-6 rounds of this half, yeah, they played cleaner Counter-Strike, and that's all we really asked for between maps 1 and 2. So nice to see they're on the same page a little bit more.
I was just going to reference something that we see quite a lot in CCT EU is that deep brown hole smoke thrown from the CT line where you can go up ramp and go up pop and basically try and contest, have map control. Bro, why have we not just seen that once? Like, where was the brown hole's aggression from Jerza? I think you had Zoki a few rounds try and go aggro pop. You then had a couple of rounds where Baby Rage is just baiting and tucking out there in heaven with the FAMAS. But they just did not contest brown holes in a single round of that entire half.
It's hard to name many areas of the map where they did contest. I guess they pushed into main a couple times. They had one Ivy push on an AWP.
Yeah, and that was it.
But for the most part, Legados, Dozy Palados. Legados? Lager, Dozy Palados. There we go. They kind of just got to default. I say default. Spread out across. Let's reverse that. Not default. They got to go where they wanted and then just hit a site.
Yeah, I'll accept that.
There were not many defaults. I retract that statement.
Oh, Jerza. They're not only going to be going out of this comp quite early on, but they'll just be disappointed because they won ESEA Advanced last season, and they were destroying teams in terms of the scoreline, not dropping maps. I think they only dropped maps in their upper bracket quarter, and then the grand final. Otherwise, every other series was just a 2-0 stomp. And I just kind of think that they're doing okay against the North American teams, but stylistically, the approach to CS is just so poor. It's just so individual. And, well, I think this last week of matches is definitely a wake-up call about how to play against the South American teams.
Leo picking up where he left off on the defense. This is a slaughter. Have they lost every pistol round, Dweg?
Yep, they're 0 for 4 today. So that now makes them 1 for 8 in 2 days. That's
not enough.
That's a 12.5%. Not quite ideal. It's recoverable if your gun rounds are decent. But if your gun rounds are a bit 50-50, you can't afford to be losing as many pistols as they did.
Are they going to full eco at 2-11 down and hand over 10 series points?
Well, I'm not even sure why Slayer has a Tech 9 here with 4 o'clock. What's he thinking he's going to achieve with this?
It just feels like they're surrendering.
Yeah. Because now he's on AK armor and a single flash, rather than and a smoke and another flash.
How are they going to win 10 in a row? They're not. We need, beyond a miracle, we need divine intervention to salvage this map.
It's a good way to shape up the next series with just a massive break in between this and the next best of 3. So if you come to watch Dusty Roots, then you might have to wait a little while.
It already feels like a different CT side, and I've watched 10 seconds of it. Immediately taking this control as a team.
We've seen a pistol and a Taiko first gun round, and Alan's just sold. It's just instantly.
The bar wasn't necessarily the highest, but I'm already watching it and thinking these guys somewhat know what they're doing.
Oh, hang on. Do they? Do they really? What is Leo Monster doing here? What?
Don't question it. Otherwise, you would have had a very troublesome series processing what's just happened. Largadozi Palados do win this map in much cleaner fashion than they did on Ancient. They have 2-0 the series. It wasn't perfect, but let's give them some plaudits because I do think Train was a much better display of Counter-Strike. Much cleaner.
Well, I just want to say to all the viewers, you're never going to get this partnership again. This was a one-time wonder. Dweg and Alan together. So just remember this best of 3. Just remember what you saw in map 1 and map 2. That's all that I can say you can take away from this entire matchup.
I'm not going to forget some of those rounds. I will have nightmares. Thinking about some of those moments. Commiserations to Jersey. They are eliminated from the tournament. We talked about how in other events they're showing some promise. We talked about how they need their VRS points. They're playing some NA teams and being more competitive, but they're just not kind of ready, are they, Dweg? They're just getting outclassed. They're making mistakes when they're in advantages. There's just too many kind of holes in their ship, and they can't fix them all at the same time.
And it actually makes you wonder, could they even do anything? I mean, they brought Seb as the new AWPer into the team, but this is a long-standing roster. You probably don't have a lot of local talents that you can pick from. But they've played, what, 30-odd maps on HLTV in the last 3 months? Like, they're at least getting a few officials under their belt. But I look at the game against 9Z that they had. They got 1 round on Mirage, 2 rounds on Dust 2. Against Crew, it's like 2 on Ancient, 1 on Mirage. And then look at what's happening in CCT, and you're not even taking on the best of opponents, and you're just getting farmed. You're getting absolutely slaughtered. And that can't be good for confidence levels. Like, these players must just feel so shit about how these last week has gone down. Because you're just not even holding weight. You're not even feeling like you could... Well, maybe Ancient could have been winnable. Like, when we look at it, I think that was actually a winnable map for them.
Yes. But even looking at it in that regard, that makes it more painful that they could have won that map, that they were competitive, but it was their mistakes that cost it. And, you know, we do say losing is learning, but a lot of losing doesn't breed a good ground for learning. It just breeds a ground for resentment and problems. And I hope for their sake that they do take the positives, a few of them, from this and make improvements, because we do see flashes. At least early rounds look good, but man, do they need to win some pistols and do they need to clean up their afterplants, because the problems we saw here will continue in future tournaments if they're playing this caliber of opposition.
Well, it makes you wonder where even are their strengths? Like, where is it in the map pool? I mean, with what we've seen from their map picks and now in these best of threes, I actually don't even know what sort of advantages they're going to get in the majority of these next best of threes. I mean, Ancient's meant to be their #1 map, and the first half was really rough from them. Yeah,
it was tough. Right, I guess that kind of wraps us up for Series 1 here. Next up is going to be Dusty Roots versus Bezitas, and then to end the day, what do we have? MIBR Academy Elevate. Any intriguing storylines there, Dweg? Any players you're intrigued to see on any of those teams?
I mean, for Elevate, it's kind of cool to see an old organization back into the fold. They were quite large, I would say, in North American Counter-Strike about 10 years ago, and I think they picked up that whole like Snav team, and now they've moved into the Brazilian scene. Looking at both of those matches, not too many players that I'm familiar with. I always like seeing Academy teams, to be honest, even in outside of Europe, because I do think at some point or another, one of these guys is going to get promoted to the main roster. So I want to keep an eye on MIBR Academy, especially.
Okay, we're excited for that game. First up, though, is the Argentine derby, Dusty Roots versus Bezitas. That will take place at 8 p.m. Europe, so bit of a pause, bit of a break, but the show will be back with that game. Yeah, watch a film, eat some food, and come back for some more South American action here on CCT. We'll see you then.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being together right here, right now, because, well, now it is time for us, Toon Laguna and even Toon Media, to actually take the front, because we are getting more than ready to jump into the battlefield and see what happens on the next 2 matches that we are going to have between 4 teams that still need to find out if they got what it takes to become the champion of champions.
Yes, sir. The playoffs qualification matches are still on their way, and this time, actually, we have the lower echelon of things. We are in round 4 of the group stage. We already saw a match go by, but now we're headed into a couple of more to finish the evening. As you can see, Jersa lost to Largados y Pelados, meaning that Largados y Pelados are ever so slightly closer to qualification. They are going to play round 5, but that is yet to be seen. We first need to check out who else is going to join us in that round 5 tonight. If these teams lose, they are out of the competition. Now, of course, we're gonna talk about Dusty Roots and Misitas first, but later on, it's going to be MIBR Academy versus Elevate. And for what it's worth, man, there were some forfeits earlier from one of these teams, so let's see how that one goes later on. But still, Evan Toon, what are your predictions for today?
Well, all I can say is that I am kind of rooting right here, not for the Dusty Roots, but actually for Misitas a little bit. Like, I actually like the way they performed. They won their matches really well, the past ones they played, and also, well, Dusty Roots, they are also a really good team, but I just feel like maybe they might underperform just a little bit. But of course, I'm just basing myself on personal information, like from the previous matches I've seen. Of course, I haven't seen every single one of them, and what I've heard is that both teams actually are giving us a pretty good performance. So I definitely do expect to see a little bit of something happening, stirring up the pace a little bit, and just maybe surprising every single one of us. Now, regarding predictions, though, I do have to say I like what Mesitas has been doing. I don't really like what Dusty Roots have been doing right now, but nothing is written in stone, my friend. I can just look at the numbers all I want, and I can see Dusty Roots actually being a little bit better, but numbers will only talk about the past, my man. I've been saying this for the past week right now, because right here, nothing is written in stone. Anything can happen.
For sure. Now let's talk about the rosters, shall we? Let's take a look at who is going to be the stars of the show. First off, we've got Dusty Roots, composed of Maxcore, Tommy Jet, Fraguti, RZK, and next, a full Argentinian brethren composition. And I will tell you one thing, my man. As far as maps go, Dusty Roots have performed much better than Mesitas. Namely because Mesitas have only won one map in the entire competition. The match that they won was actually a forfeit. They are here because their last opponents forfeited. So Dusty Roots is doing so much better. They have won 4 maps across the board, but they have lost a couple of matches, and that's the reason why they're here. But you know what? I'm looking at Tommy Jet, I'm looking at Maxcore, and I'm expecting some good things from their side. But still, this is yet to be seen. These guys have played together for quite a bit now, however. But let's take a look at the other wrestler, shall we? Who is Mesitas composed of?
Well, that is going to be quite surprising for some people, but what we have right here is a full female team, and as we can see right now, we are going to have Armcam, Balu, Kisa, Flossie, and, well, Miss Evelyn in the battlefield. So this is the roster for Mesitas. So if nobody was expecting that, well, there you have it. So this is also, I think, maybe the reason why I want to root for them as well. Like, I do really want to see them shine. I have seen a little bit of potential. So I really do want to see them actually making it to the next phase of the tournament. Of course, there can only be one winner, but I kind of want this team to actually give us the show we should be expecting from a team just making it this far already into the tournament. Let's just hope that they can actually win this match as well. But of course, well, now what we are gonna have to take a look at is, of course, the bans, my friend, the vetoes, because that is a very important a very important part of this game. Yes, this is all about skill, but it's also psychological, and it's also about strategy. And as we can see right here, we got Inferno and Anubis banned already, and Dust 2 is gonna be the first one. Ooh, my friend. You know what I say about Dust 2 being picked by a team at the beginning, huh?
Well, my boy, it's actually Mesitas' own selection, so just adding to the surprise. We're headed to Nuke afterwards, and then Mirage as the decider. We got to see Dust 2 a lot yesterday. We got to see Mirage once. But yeah, like you said, this isn't... I mean, Counter-Strike, for what it's worth, it's almost not really a game about shooting. It's a game about deciding when to shoot and when not to, right? You're not shooting most of the time. And yes, it's a lot about strategy and such, but Dust 2 here, I mean... It is the tried and true. It is the plays that everybody must know how to play if you want to have any hope at making it into the competitive scene. And for what it's worth, I do like the pick of Nuke. Dusty Roots has been going to Nuke a few times in the past, and unfortunately for them, they did drop their latest outing into Nuke against... Sorry, no, they won their latest outing, but they lost against Largados y Pelados. They won against the Champions League. That's how they took their match, but it was a 13-11 score. So you know what? They are pretty used to going the distance. They're to going pretty even. And unfortunately for Mesitas, I can't say the same. Dust 2 was the one map that they won in the competition, but the latest time that they played it against Game Hunters, they lost 13-3. So hopefully this will be a chance for them to turn things around. And speaking of turning things around, these are the statistics. Like I told you, MaxScore is one of the people that I'm really hoping to see pop off today.
Oh yeah, totally, and I just want to root for Flossie right here. Of course, her KDA is not really the best. I mean, look at that rating 2.0, but still, like I usually just always mention, nothing is written in stone, my man. Maybe right now we are about to witness a miracle. I always want to root a little bit for the underdog. Usually, when they actually come out on top, it's really, really surprising, and it just adds a little bit of the factor of fun into the game because, well, the things, whenever they happen, it just really takes you by surprise. It just makes it a lot more fun. But well, these are the statistics that we have for the day. I think that we can talk about numbers all day long, and we could actually have a little bit of an idea of what is going to happen, but that will actually be decided in the battlefield and not on the spreadsheet, my man. So we still need to see how everything develops as we jump into Dust 2 for the first match of the day. Of course, well, I also want to thank everybody for being right here, right now, and my friend Atune. It seems that we're getting very close to actually starting off the game.
Yes, indeed. It's just a matter of time when they are all in the server and we cut to gameplay, but it should be starting any second now. I am hoping for a very fun match, if nothing else. I'm hoping for a match where people start popping off, where people start getting really creative. And in these kinds of stages, when you're facing elimination, I think that's when people get the most creative with the way that they're playing. So again, I'm really hoping for quite a show. I'm hoping for a spectacle. And I'm hoping that we get to see a map 3 if possible. But the game is live now, Evan Tune, and it appears that we're headed right into the action. It's Mesitas versus Dusty Roots, and it's time to root for your favorites. Dusty Roots, of course, favored in terms of the statistics, but Mesitas are trying to make a stand right here. So let's get into the action. Mesitas playing T-side, Dusty Roots playing CT.
All right, so here we go. We already got both teams moving forward towards their objective. And we can see right here, the all-women team, in this case, Mesitas, is pushing forward into A side, but the first blood has been claimed. Oh my god, look at that for Goody, getting those beautiful double kills with max score on the side. Also, of course, we have a 1 casualty for the CTs, but Mesitas was just pretty much annihilated as soon as they wanted to pop out of that door. That was a fast round.
It was. When you're playing pistols on Dust 2 and you want to make a stand, well, yeah, go ahead, rush them down. But we have talked about this a few times now, how it's all about that coordination. Yesterday, we saw very polarizing pistol rounds too, and it was mostly because of a bad read. Just stacking all your players on one side and then getting the read wrong. It was going to lead into terrible results for you and for your team. Now, unfortunately here, they have once again stacked everybody on the same area. And I think it's been just 2 minutes and 2 rounds gone by already, or even less than 2 minutes probably, but still a pretty fast started map.
Well, now Mesitas finally actually go for the AK-47, so maybe they should be able to do something right now, as the firepower is definitely going to help them out. Dusty Roots still sticks to 3 MP9s, which is perfectly fine, perfectly meta. And now, as we jump into the next one, round number 3. everybody gets ready, but also a little bit nervous of what is going to happen. A few shots actually go down, but they don't find any target except for, look at that, Tommy takes a little bit of damage. It's chipped down to 86 HP. That is not the best start, but still something going off.
Well, Dusty Roots know that they're going to be playing against a much heavier loadout, and for what it's worth, their own loadout, it's not bad to have the MP9s, like you said, getting its spot in the meta and everything, but it's still 3 MP9s and 2 M4s versus full stack AK-47s just on firepower alone. You are losing in that formula. So in comes the new strat from Dusty Roots' side. And I'm hoping to see... Oh, no! I was actually hoping to see a first blood thrown for Vasitas, but unfortunately, it seems like it's not going to happen. And look at that! Even through the doors, Risk is still able to survive that barrage of bullets and leads China into... or Chigna into the last 7 hit points for her.
Well, we got 40 seconds on the clock, but now the enemy knows exactly where they want to go. So that nade deals a lot of damage, and with a beautiful headshot coming in from the MP9, Flossie is down. Now the enemy keeps pushing forward, but look at that. Maxcore takes point, takes one down as well, as the enemy team was trying to make the cross. Braguti with the MP9 takes one down, loses his life as well, but of course the retaliation is right there for Tommy, as he gets the refrag, and just like that, a third round for Dusty Roots right now. Things are not looking good for Mesitas, because also the money is gonna be a problem now.
Yeah, that's a huge issue. Like I told you, if you have AK-47s, I was hoping to see them get a little bit more mileage out of them, but clearly that was not the case. They were forced to play Tech 9s this time. And you know what? Tech 9s can deliver the kills, they can get the headshots and everything, but it's all about the positioning before you want that to happen. And look at that. Risk is once again setting himself up to defend Cab. That's 2, that's 3. Goodness gracious, what a rundown. 4 rounds have already gone by, Evantoon, and I kind of feel like we started just a couple minutes ago.
Well, up until this point, I think that the only thing that maybe Mesitas needs to start working on would be their utility. Like, just make sure their utility actually works out for them in the moment they're going to start the rush, rather than just blocking positions for the enemy, waiting and making more time. Like, maybe just use them aggressively instead. That could be a good idea for them, a really good strategy to actually adapt to. But let's see how it goes, because right now, both teams are actually making the move. And look at that. It seems that Dusty Roots is feeling a lot more confident right now. So they're making aggressive plays.
Hey, if you're winning 4-0, I think you have the chance to play a little bit more confident, you know? Especially with the way that they have been winning. You spoke about the util, and I think that's correct. For the most part, Mesitas' own util has only been to win a little bit of time for themselves. They really just want to be able to position themselves where they want to be. And unfortunately, it's helping them little to nothing, because for the most part, Dusty Roots have a very good understanding of their timings. They're catching them with util in hand, and then they have nothing to defend themselves with, which is just what happened to China for Q right here. So, yeah, it's just a couple of very bad situations that are adding up to a very meager position for them. But look at that. They went through mid doors. That's a lot of map control that they just gained. But of course, there will be a reaction coming through from Dusty Roots, and they actually lose their first player here next. Oh no, but they saw the bomb. They know about the push towards B now. It's time to play retake, and for the first time, Mesitas actually have a lead in the player count.
All right, that's pretty good. We got a 3v2, ladies and gents, and now the bomb is getting planted by Bowler right here. So the timer is now ticking against the CTs as they start to move forward. Probably they may not really want to go for the kills, but I mean, regarding at least experience and the previous kills they got, they definitely feel confident to actually be able to do it. So they push forward. Here comes the molly at the window, playing a little bit of time, but one shot because that position was not the best for Flossie. Gets taken down by Fraguti, but a good answer from Value. Oh, look at that Tech 9 dealing damage. And oh my god, I cannot believe that just happened. Maxcore actually winning the duel with the AWP against ArmCam. And just like that, well, the bomb is gonna get defused right there.
Ooh,
just barely.
If it was just 1 millisecond later, he wouldn't have gotten that defusal. Super clutch from Maxcore. Bro, 11 kills. Broski is farming. In a pretty big contrast to what Next is doing, by the way. Next has not gotten a kill yet. He has not died more than once either, but He has not gotten a single kill, and MaxCore actually has lived through all 5 rounds, which are just fantastic numbers. Dude is going to take this match and run away with murder, getting such good numbers. So look at Tommy Jet. I mean, yeah, if you're in this position, you kind of know that your opponents are going to have a pretty okay loadout, but look where he is playing. He was actually able to make a run for it, and he's going to start playing Ring Around Rosie real soon. As Chino might be the one to find him real soon, but hey, you know what? He's still hiding. Chino went by. Tommy Jet could start farming here too.
Yeah, it was that flash actually allow him to get behind enemy lines. He's going to get at least a couple kills, I suppose. Now the push comes in forward, but look at that. MaxCore does take one down. Now Fraguti is also out of the equation. But we go into defensive positions for the CTs. Now we got 1 kill. Value answers with another one. He goes down. The AWP is more than ready. Takes one down. That one was Value. Does not quite find another as the flash actually helps out right there. But there we go. Tommy coming all the way from behind. Takes down Arm Cannon. And well, it was now down to the last player. But he goes down as well. What a beautiful headshot coming in from the M4. Wow, this is a tough one for Mesitas though. But I do have to say, sometimes, like I mentioned, I like rooting for the underdog. Mostly because, well, it's all a matter of experience, to be fair. And I think that the more games that Mesitas play, even if they happen to be not good for them, like they end up losing, you still get experience. You still get something from the game. You still get a little bit better each time. So it's always nice to actually see people trying their best, even if they may not really be performing as well as the other team. Not giving up is a very important part. It's always important to try to go for the win, but also let's not forget about playing to get better.
It is a pretty good testing round, too. I mean, you're not yet in the playoffs, but like I said, when you're in the brink of elimination, that's usually when teams get the most creative and they start going for the most unorthodox plays. It's a chance for you to start developing new technology, for you to develop a new playstyle and everything. So I do like it when they go out like this and just start playing so confidently. And also, speaking of creativity, I mean, look at the money on the side of Dusty Roots. If they want to play creative, they can. They have the money for it. Like, I wouldn't be too surprised if we started seeing some shotguns in play. Like we said yesterday, we wanted to see some shotguns. I think today is actually a pretty good position for that to happen, especially if they're able to make it through enemy lines once again, like Tommy Jet just did last round. Like, there's a ton of mileage that Dusty Roots can still get. And speaking of the mileage, it might be personal preference of the players, but for what it's worth, I don't see Fraguti and RZK carrying over any AK-47s, which they could be able to if they survive the rounds. But particularly, Fraguti has been dying quite a bit. Oh, man, the read, the hardest of reads, MaxCore through the smoke finds Kija. And that's going to be already 1 player down for Mesitas, who unfortunately, they're going to try to waterfall here through the corridor. And MaxCore and Next are just going to take care of business. Next, getting his first 2 kills of the map, by the way.
Well, that was an interesting round. Dusty Roots, of course, was going to have the upper hand in many, many different ways. I mean, we saw it already on the experience, the kills, and also, well, the economy. So it's kind of expected for Mesitas to give that round away after having pretty much no weapons. But we go into a small tactical pause at the moment, as we have the 7-0 on the score. It's definitely a tough blow for them. But now they should be able to buy their weapons. They got the 4 AKs and the AWP. Let's hope that Armcam can actually do something interesting with it. Landing at least a couple kills would put Mesitas in a very, very nice spot to actually try to fight back, at least using their numbers. I would like to see a little bit of a duel with the odds in mid, probably. That would be interesting. Well, if they go toe-to-toe, we know who has the advantage, right? But still, miracles happen, man. I'm a guy that believes in miracles.
Never too late. Until you see that 13 on either side, it's never too late. You can always make a comeback. Now, what I would like to see from Mesitas is to take MaxCore down once. His buddy has not died a single round yet. And there was a trade at the very beginning here, so Tommy Jet takes his 2nd death of the map. And, you know, I think that's a bit of a call-out towards him. Like, bro was definitely pushing a little too hard, and they finally were able to call him out for it, stop him on his tracks, start ranking up the numbers a little bit. Everybody from Mesitas has landed a kill, so IMO, I don't know about you, but if I'm playing a map, I'm usually looking for that first kill. Like, the first kill, in my opinion, is the most important one. When you don't get that first kill, you're usually kind of in like a mental lock, where you're like, oh, dude, I'm not performing. What's going on? And you try everything to get that first kill. If you get it, then you're like, okay, I'm not going empty-handed from out of this map, which is kind of what you need. Now, of course, there's another flash thrown in here. Fraguti sees them all moving into sight. And now it's time for Masitas to at least get one kill out of the defenders, and goodness gracious! Well, they did find one, but unfortunately it didn't give them that much mileage. That's the 8th round in a row for Dusty Roots.
Once again, a little bit of utility would have been nice. Probably a couple of mollies falling in on that position. And also the flashes, the smokes, they're still lacking a little bit for Masitas. Maybe that's the only thing that they need to work around in. But it's definitely something that I'm sure they should be able to notice, and they're definitely going to get better on the next one. That's what matters in the end. Now let's go into round number 9, as Dusty Roots right now has an 8-0, completely annihilating the enemy. Look at that. Entry fragging, RCK takes Flossy down, and Kisa goes down as well by Tommy. Now Fraguti right here making a beautiful jump with max score, and he takes both of them, stealing those from his teammate. But just like that, Dusty Roots takes another one, close to the double digits.
And the map has been going on for about 15 minutes, so this would be, or maybe 14, would be quite possibly the fastest one if Dusty Roots are able to complete their mission. Like, I wouldn't really think it's impossible for them to get a 13-0 victory here if they keep on playing like this. But for what it's worth, Masitas have saved enough money to give Armcam an AWP, and they get the first kill here. Not going to be a long-lasting lead, however, as Flozzy makes it even once more, but it's not quite a lead. Masitas, though, are starting to get their mojo going, and they've still got Armcam alive and kicking with the AWP. They lost Flossie, but you know what? They've been putting on the damage. Sorry, they lost Sheena and Valo, but they have been putting on the damage. Flossie and Keisha, that is. It's time for Fraguti to hide a little bit. They're trying to bait them into going through mid doors, and there's a flash. They're not expecting Fraguti. Fantastic Krieger discipline at first, and now through the doors, he hears the util being thrown. He knows there's somebody still behind there, so just shooting preemptively, forcing Keisha all the way back. Man, impossible for Masitas to go through.
Well, that molly would have been really helpful at the beginning of that instead of after the teammate was down. Just like that, we're going to make sure that nobody gets through that position. He takes the kills and the round for Dusty Roots as well. Oh man, the way that Dusty Roots is playing right now, if Masitas actually get one round at least, that would be more than enough for them to actually, you know, like feel good, and maybe just a little bit more confidence will definitely help them. But the way I see it, I think we already have a clear winner right now. It's really hard for Masitas to actually get back in the game after those 10 rounds against 0. Here comes Util, but Maxcore is waiting. Ooh, Tommy on the other side claims the first blood with the AWP. He knows there's another player right there. Ooh, shot not quite landing, but Fraguti is right there to answer with a beautiful double. Retaliation. Now the smoke dissipation, nobody on that spot. Volley, oh. Just a barely landing. But after we had a little bit of advantage probably for Masitas, it's all gone. We're not able to do something with what happened in the previous round. Now with only one player alive. Yep. Armcam is going to go down real fast. With max score on the AK-47. He wanted that kill instead of the AWP. Now look at that money, man. That's 15k on next. 10k on max score. Fraguti with 13. Wow, these guys are having the time of their life. And so close to match point as well right now. Let's not forget also, too, I mean, this was Masitas' pick, so I wasn't really expecting a little bit more. Here we go. That nade's gonna deal some damage. Down to 68, Kisa. Enemy spotted. Shots landing. Next. Goes down, but not without taking 2 of his own. Wow. That was an interesting first half. Going out 12-0.
That's pretty much the map, boy. I mean, it's not the map, of course. We still need one more round, but dude, what a speedrun of a performance from Dusty Roots. These guys came to play and they came to dominate. But yeah, it's now time for the side switch, and dude, we're already thinking about the next map. By the way, this is Masitas' own selection, so it should be even better for Dusty Roots going into Nuke for the next one. But yeah, this is quite probably the fastest map I've seen in my time commentating CS Counter-Strike. Now, Counter-Strike 2, of course, which has less rounds than CSGO. But, well, we're about to find out. This is Masitas' best chance to put themselves on the board. And I don't want to say the only one, because if they do win it here, they could earn the one right after. But see what Dusty Roots has in store. If they're able to put on the waterfall onto sites that's unprotected, yep, they're going to try to do just that. They're headed towards B for the most part, and you've got MaxCore here in the middle, trying to defend. Actually, MaxCore has not died a single time. That's also true. It would be a perfect map for MaxCore if they're able to win it here.
Well, we can see the T4 is actually moving forward towards tunnels. Lower tunnels as well. That's only 2 players on B side. Of course, Mr. Sheena is going to take point on mid. Watch out, because here comes the utility. And here are the shots, but look at that. Actually missing there. Oh, wow. RCK just pretty much jump shotting and getting those kills. A couple kills falling in for the CTs. That's beautiful. Oh, look at that. Okay, we might have a chance right here. Only 1 player alive. That's MaxCore, my friend. This could be the kill that will just... Yeah, the dream is gone. MaxCore is not going without that. And there we have it. The 1 round for Masitas. This is the beginning of a comeback, of course. I can smell it. I can feel it.
It would be, like, the most amazing comeback I've ever seen. Granted, I have seen a 12-round deficit comeback, or a 12-1, I think it was. It was Tropicaos versus MIBR Academy, and MIBR Academy made it back, and they took them. I think they won that map, and they were playing with 4 players, by the way, or versus Reaver played. I can't remember, but it was one of those 2 teams. Tropicaos was definitely in the mix, and yeah, they made it back, and I can't remember if they won or not. But they brought it to OT with 4 players. That I'm sure of. And still, there could be a chance that Dusty Roots ends it here. But we're going to have to wait and see. Ooh, the Max 10. Is that really going to be what takes it? What claims it here? I think that Tisha should be fast on the trigger there. There you go. They're trying to go for the same waterfall strategy that Masitas went for. Yeah, it's not going to work out in their favor, really. It's only MaxCore remaining. And yes, that's going to be another round in the favor of Masitas. Slowly but surely bulking that score to look a little less bad. And it wasn't a 13-0, which is what matters.
Yeah, it's always nice to see new teams and new people actually trying out on the competitive scene. So, yes, we know that a lot of them don't really have that much experience, or maybe, maybe just not the highest skill of them all. But it's still really nice that they do not want to give up, that they actually want to have a career on it. It's nice to see people that, they actually have the guts to jump into the battlefield and try their best. It's always nice to see a little bit more of the unexpected. So now Masitas, well, Armcan right here takes a lot of damage from the Deagle. And oh man, I think that Dusty Roots might actually be able to come out on top. I mean, they all got deals, and we all know how deadly those weapons can be. Just a couple good shots is all it takes to actually decimate the enemy, grab at the enemy weapons, and well, we know that once Dusty Roots actually has a good weapon in their hands, they're going to be really, really tough.
I think the Deagles can take them all the way, but they definitely depend on making it, a snowball effect. I'm not super sure about that flash through the smoke. It gives you a couple of seconds extra, but there's only Next hiding behind that smoke. I will tell you, man, if Masitas are able to find the weak link of Dusty Roots, namely Next, who only took 4 kills, I think they might be building onto something on Nuke, but we first need to see how they're going to end this map. And if we do see the comeback and they make it all the way to OT, more power to them. Oh man,
Ooh.
seems like it's not gonna be the case. Like I told you, man, if you only have pistols but you're all aiming towards the same person, that's technically rapid fire. So that will be the case right here. We've got Valu starting to move. Does she check her left? She does not. Not checking the angle. I think that's going to be it, Evan. Only a matter of time. One more headshot, and
Wow.
that's it. It's a 13-2 final score in the favor of Dusty Roots here in Dust 2. And now we're headed to Nuke. Their own map selection. They dominated here, and it wasn't even their own map.
Well, Dusty Roots giving us quite the show we were expecting, of course, but, well, Mesitas did manage to fight back at least a couple rounds. That's pretty good still. And we are, just like you mentioned, jumping into Nuke, so now it's enemy territory. So I think that things might be even more one-sided this time, because Nuke is not an easy map, and if we're talking about experience, it's pretty clear that Mesitas doesn't really have it as much as Dusty Roots. So it might even be more of a bloodbath than a Dust 2 right now. But of course, that's going to happen in just a couple seconds, a couple of minutes. So how about we jump into a very small break, and we are going to be right back just to see who can come out on top on the next match.
All right, so map number 2, just like that, let's get right into the action. As you guys know, Dusty Roots put up quite the performance on Dust 2, winning 13-2. Now Mesitas are gonna have to make their best efforts here in their opponent's map selection to, at least put up a better performance. I don't think victory is quite set for either team, but if Dusty Roots selected Nuke, it's because they have a very good understanding of how to move around. Oh, look at that. It's an even distribution now. The dual Beretta is working in the favor of Arkham. But the bomb is planted now. Aventune and Dusty Roots are securing one of their win conditions. And yes, Fraguti saw all 4 of them approaching from the same area. They know where to defend.
Well, the bomb is planted, so now the clock is ticking against Mesitas. But look at that, because they just get annihilated. Ooh, Keisha still trying to defend herself. Actually gets another kill. She's now in a 1v2 situation, and it is very possible for her to actually clutch us with the USPS. But of course, Nyx actually pops out of the corner, gets that beautiful kill, headshot with the Glock, and more than enough for Dusty Roots to claim the round number 1, starting off strong in Nuke on the T side. So now they are going to be able to afford weapons, and Mesitas is going to be, once again, on a very tough spot.
No strangers to this kind of situation. Point is that you need to, make it through all these bad positions. Dusty Roots is going to start setting up their util real fast. No util into the facility through those little vents, by the way. They're going to start playing on the outside. Keisha was able to deal some damage, though, so another fast round, but at least Mesitas were able to walk out of it with a kill. So I guess that Keisha is the player that we should be following this time around for this map on the side of Mesitas.
Oh man, well that's difficult, very difficult. None instead of easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But we jump into the next one.
Difficult.
Yep. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, but only for Dusty Roots right now as they start pushing forward, and we know that they have not really the best firepower, but definitely the best skill. So right now they just go mowing down the enemy. 2 players still alive. Armcam on the outside. Ooh, gets taken down by the MAC-10. Beautiful shots coming in by RCK. The bomb has been planted. And look at that. We just got 1 player alive against 3 and takes a nade to the face down to 64, as well as that beautiful bullet from MaxCore. Just, man, slicing and dicing Dusty Roots on a 3-0 already.
Well, they came here for one thing and one thing only, and that was to win it all, to make it into round number 5. Because remember, everybody, this is an elimination match. If a team were to lose 2 maps here, they would be out of the competition. And of course, as of now, Dusty Roots seems to be sitting comfortably in that round number 5. They keep on playing with that same impetus, that same momentum going forward. They now have the AKs too. And also, RZK is playing with an M4, so just notice that, just a bit of a mix-up in the weaponry. Next is keeping up with his max 10. And by the way, Next only got 4 kills in the entirety of the last map, I believe. Look at that. 3 rounds have gone by, or rather, we're in the 4th round. He already has 6. Like, talk about a glow-up in terms of performance. He is doing fantastic, and he's got a max 10 with him, meaning that he's going to charge a ton of money for every kill that he's able to attain. Now, it seems like this is going to be it for now. They're actually going to have a bit of an issue finding the rest of them. Oh, no! They do find the rest of Mesitas. So that's 1. Oh, it's going to be a nade kill. Are you serious? You're going to end it with a grenade? Oh, not quiet. And Keisha was actually able to get a kill. Not going to find the second one against Tommy Jet, though. But still, a solid round for Dusty Roots. And next, I insist, he got to 6 kills already. Talk about a glow-up.
Well, just a little bit of calm before the storm. A couple seconds before Dusty Roots goes in aggressively again. Now, the thing is, Mrs. China, right here, or Chinook, has an AUG. Hoping it can actually help them out. Oh boy, right through the smoke. That's a nice shot, honestly. Goes for Goody on the other side, takes a couple kills. No, just 1 actually. No, yep. There it is. 3 kills, actually. Shutting me down as well as the enemy team. Armcam with the AWP, another shot. Really good job. That's 2v2. And now the thing is that there's still plenty of time for Dusty Roots to take a decision. They are still in possession of the bomb. And look at that. MaxCore already smelling the AWP coming in from above. Does not allow a single shot. Another one to come out. Gets that kill. Puts things in a 1v2. Bomb has been planted. Oh, but looking at the other side. Oh, that is definitely unfortunate. Wow, what a round. Once again, Dusty Roots coming in strong. And now the economy, well, it's still pretty good for both teams. But I think that Masitas is between a rock and a hard place.
It's just going to continue to be like that, it appears, as Dusty Roots are just not letting their foot off the gas. Not only that, but in terms of loadout, they consistently carry over their best weaponry. They have money to spare. Like with this kind of loadout, even if they lose a round, they're still going to have like a couple more with proper money management to have a full buy. So yeah, there's really not much of a shot for Masitas to do that much damage. It's all a matter of seeing where Dusty Roots decides to push. And they don't usually face that much competition. Actually, Dusty Roots seems to be focusing on map control first, fighting second. But look at that. Already, RZK finds one, finds two. Does he find a third? No, they find him instead. And they have to do so as a team. Flossie is able to get her first kill of the map, finally. But man, it was a complicated task at the very beginning. And now Dusty Roots are actually losing an extra player. Actually, it was MaxCore. MaxCore taking care of one of his own? Goodness gracious, man. Like, we know you kill a lot, but you don't need to kill your own teammates, you know?
Oh, wow. Well, that's a 6-0. Nuke somehow is looking even stronger than Dust 2 on the previous one. But, well, the AUG once again falls into Mrs. Chenak's hands, as well as the AWP. Let's just hope this time they can actually get a little bit more value out of those as the teams begin moving forward. Passing through radio, nope. Well, for some reason, it just goes down the drain. First blood comes in, as well as RZK taking another kill for himself. This time, value is out of the equation. And already pretty much on site. That bomb's gonna get planted. Timer's gonna be cut down short for a... Wow, it's 1 minute out of... Oh, jeez. Now, I wonder what Masitas... Oh, man, what are they gonna be doing on the next one? Of course, right now, they just want to survive, try to bring their weapons for the next one, but... Is having those weapons actually gonna change anything? That is the question. Still need to wait for at least around 15 seconds, 10 seconds, before the bomb blows up. They get pushed up, flashed out, and destroyed. I cannot believe that just happened as well.
The absolute call out from Dusty Roots to go into their spawn and find them there. What are you doing now, man? You're like, all right, let's just leave this AWP in the back in case we need it. But right now, they can really just run and gun, and they are doing fine. That's a big problem here. You are not defending yourself in the 1v1s, let alone the team fights. They leave their AWP behind. And they're like, yep, let's just run and gun. Let's bring out all the util and everything. Masitas don't really have much to work with. They already threw what they had. Remaining only one molly and one smoke. But it feels like the round is over before it even begins, given the loadouts in play. Look at MaxCore. He got the intel. He knows that he's going to have to force Valu out of there. Not quite forcing her just yet, but still, the fire did give them a ton of control when going into the facility. They're going to find Sheena. That's around once more. Yeah, and it's a total speedrun here from Dusty Roots. They might actually pull off the 13-0 this time.
Oh, wee. Well, AWP once again. And look at that, another AUG. But like, how many of those can you actually pay out, and only one kill still? Would be hard to know exactly what is precisely the problem over here, but as we can see, look at that, for Goody claiming the 5th blood already. from Silo. Pushes forward. Not quite catching anyone else. Armcam puts it into his life, but of course on the other side, RCK takes a double. Goes down with the fire. His own fire, by the way. Now it's all up to one player who has already been spotted. They know exactly where she is. Gonna be chased down and wins the duel against the AK-47. One shot, one kill. Tommy is out, but of course MaxCore is right there to make things right. Dusty Roots another round. Yeah, this one's going even faster than the previous one. There's a reason why Dusty Roots actually picked this map. They definitely master it perfectly. And they are decimating the turret force as if they were nothing. My god. This is a bloodbath.
Bad is an understatement, man. This is pretty darn awful. I think that elimination is already on the brink of happening. But I think at this point, Masitas, I mean, if they're going to do anything, it's more so just add up their numbers, if possible. Like, you don't want to end the map with 3 players having only gotten 1 kill. Look at that. They actually went out on a prowl to try and find somebody on the entrance of the facility, but it's yielding no results for them. I think we're about to see another massacre go down. RZK already taking care of Flazy. And now Sheen is about to meet with Tommy Jet. And Tommy Jet, fantastic crosshair placement. Ooh, actually, fantastic at first. Eventually, he does go down. Keisha is able to find another kill, and it's all about Keisha and Armcam here. These two are the ones keeping Masitas together, because the rest of them are just not adding up in the numbers. Oh, but look at that. Valor finds 1 kill before going down. And now it's only a matter of planting the bomb and defending. And yes, there's not really much of a way in for Masitas. They would have to take the outside route. And I think they're going to do just that. Of course, they will be defended soon enough by Dusty Roots if they're able to find them. Yeah, they're making a ton of noise. They already know where they're coming from. So that's 1, that's 2. Double digits for Dusty Roots once again, Evan Toon. And we're 2 rounds away from ending the first half. And probably 3 rounds away from ending the map and the match.
Well, the match already pretty much has a clear winner, I have to say, based on what happened previously and based on what I am seeing right now. I mean, this is a CT-sided map after all, and we also need to take that into consideration. I mean, the fact that Masitas hasn't been able to hold off, even at least 1 round would have been nice, but might just be a little too late for that also. Now, of course, like I mentioned before, I mean, you need to remember, maybe they might just be playing for the experience, playing to actually try to get better. It's obviously going to be really difficult to come back on, out on top of this match. But the important thing is that they are not giving up. They're still trying their best, and that's what matters. As long as they still want to try to get experience and get a little bit better, I guess that is the good thing that they can take out of this match. But look at that, False Skull coming in. And of course, the Ob is going to try to do something here, but Fragood is more than ready to get that headshot. Oh, that was MaxCore instead. Okay.
Yeah, but it was a triple guard on the same area. There was no way anybody was emerging from heaven and living for more than a second. But yeah, very bad situation for Armacam, but at least she did make some use of the AWP getting a kill. Still, though, that's a problem. It's like 1 kill per round, and that's pretty much all that Masitas are able to do. Not looking like a bright future for them. As we are approaching the end of the first half, they, of course, invested whatever they still had with them. A couple of M4s, 3 from Mass, but it's all about the rush down here. And at this point, look at that. They actually were able to make things even. It's 2 kills that Flossie got before going down, adding up some numbers for herself. Gina, Armcam, and Keisha are the last remaining players, and I don't think they're going to find a way in soon. If China emerges from here, Next is ready to catch her on her tracks. By the way, Next, I started speaking really fondly of him because he had 6 kills very early on, but now he only has 8, so yeah, he has kind of stopped pushing on the gas. And look at MaxCore, he is actually on his own. They're gonna win a round before the side switch. Masitas are actually showing signs of life. It's not gonna be a 13-0.
Oh, there it is. 1 round. The one they so much needed. Finally. Well, the problem right here is that we jump into the second half of the game. The reset button is going to be hit, and I just mentioned it. This is a city-sided map, so yep, Mesitas is going to have an even harder time right now. Just gonna wait a couple seconds while everything gets ready. And now we can see if Dusty Roots will go out on top with a 2-0 today, or do we go into a decider? What do you think?
I mean, it's looking complicated, but if Mesitas pulled off the most amazing comeback ever, they can still technically win the map if they just don't give up any more rounds. It's complicated, though, clearly. Dusty Roots is about to play another pistol, and they have a bit of a mixed history with those pistol rounds, but they did win the first one. This time they are on the defensive side of things, however. So we're about to find out how this one goes for them. I think Mesitas would be able to bulk, to put in some bulk on the score if they're winning this one here. I would expect some good stuff going into round number 2 round number 14. But yeah, this second half will probably come to a close real soon, but let's find out. Let's see how truly aggressive Dusty Roots wants to play it. Mesitas opening the vents and throwing a util inside the facility. No, yeah, they did throw it inside the facility. It's actually going to check on Mini. There they go. They're going to start running for their lives. And unfortunately, Valu is the first one to fall, and China surviving with 6 HP only. But now it's time for the 1 tabs, and RZK is able to take care of Keisha before going into the facility beneath. And it's B-side. The push has not really started just yet. Yep, they're going to find them under tracks. There's just 2 players remaining on the side of Mesitas. Make that a 1 now, and it's China. The one who took a ton of damage at the very beginning is the last one to survive. But now Dusty Roots are 1 round away from victory, Evantoon, and I think that we're going to see a conclusion come through real soon.
Yeah, that was, we reached the match point, and of course also Mesitas with no money at all. They're only going to be able to afford a couple pistols, probably. Tech 9 in the hands of Flossie. Maybe a Deagle would be nice. Yep, it does happen in the hands of Kisa as well. Another Tech 9 for Amcom. Another Deagle for Balu. And another one for Shinak, so... But well, against the MP9s and the M4s, I think this is gonna be short-lived. Now everyone is getting ready. Tommy right here on the outside watching for Big Red. Takes that kill against Kisa. Beautiful shot. Kind of through the smoke right there. Really had a clear line of sight, but... Oh, look at that. Mesitas is really afraid. Here comes the shot. Tommy winning that duel. A second one for him. Tech 9 from so far away. Not really doing much. Door has been opened, of course. Retaliation's gonna fall in. And from the M4, there's a kill. Out of bullets, though. Well, he goes down, finally. And also, as Armcon loses her life in the hands of Fraguti, that is gonna be the end, my friend. Toon. This time, Dusty Roots claims the 13-1 once again.
Not quite the perfect map for either one, but hey, it was still a pretty dominant performance, to say the least, from Dusty Roots, who are now headed to round number 5, and Mesitas are now eliminated from competition, unfortunately. So they're just going to have to test their luck in their following series of the CCT in South America. Remember, this is Season 3, and this is only the beginning. Series number 1 for South America, meaning that, you know, it's only going to get better from now on. But Evantoon, this is not quite over just yet. It's going to be a very long break before we see another match, but we will see another one later on between MIBR Academy and Elevate. So everybody, stick around. We're going to take that long break, but eventually we will come back with some more Counter-Strike action for you. So see you around.
eventually everything must fade.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Let's get right into the final match of the evening, everybody. We are back after a pretty long break to now witness the set between MIBR Academy and Elevate. These guys are playing for survival, not so much qualification. If they lose, they're out of the competition. And Evantoon, that round number 5 is definitely looking like a pretty price to have. But man, this match right here, it's going to determine a lot. Elevate has a lot to demonstrate.
Yeah, definitely one of the most important ones. I mean, these guys definitely want to have a chance to actually make it to the next phase of the tournament. But more than anything, it's really unfortunate that I think you mentioned that both of these teams actually had a forfeit. So in those cases, I mean, well, maybe if they had actually lost, fair and square against an enemy team, then maybe they could have a little bit more of the experience already on their hands to be able to do a little bit better. So right now, I mean, anything can go. We don't really know exactly who should we be rooting for or who would actually have the advantage. We can talk numbers all we want, but the thing is that both teams, I mean, they have been kind of underperforming a little bit, so we still need to see what they can bring to the table right now at such a critical moment in the tournament for them.
For sure, this is do or die, and quite literally, as if you lose, you are out. But let's take a look at the protagonists of these matches that we're about to see. Let's take a look at the team rosters of both of these teams, because you already know that the Academy teams are usually here for, get your players ready, get your players up and running and everything. We've got Card, Burns, or Bruno Giaraujo, Stormzen, Perez, and LKZ. So that's MIBR Academy. And MIBR Academy, like we said, they forfeited one of their matches before. So they do have that little dent on them. They forfeited against 2Game. The first match they played, however, they won against the players. And then they lost against Game Hunters. And now we are here. Now, what's interesting for them is that particularly Stormzen and Burns, I believe they have been here for a while. So they're, of course, looking for that spot on the main team roster. But hey, this is MIBR Academy. Who are they playing against, my boy?
Well, they are going to be going against the Elevate squad, in this case, their roster. Let's go ahead and take a look at that, because we got none other than Sede, Diozera, Lash, and CK Zhao and BNC. In those, I mean, I have to say Lash has been doing wonders with the AWP, and with any weapon you actually provide to him, this guy really is coming out on top for his team. So let's put a spotlight right in front of him. And also CK and Diozera, I mean, these guys can definitely also aim those shots, get those kills as expected. Now, interestingly enough, from the previous games I've seen from MIBR, also Mr. Burn Money on Stormsim, they have really been packing a punch as well, getting those beautiful kills, but they still need to be a little bit more consistent. I think Lash, out of the whole both teams, is the player that has the most chances of actually coming out on top. But let's just see how it happens. I mean, in the end, maybe if, for example, MIBR actually takes a look at this guy, knows he's dangerous, and they know exactly how he plays, maybe they could adapt and start striking hard against this guy, because Lash, honestly, I want to put the spotlight on him. He is just a really good player. But of course, that also means that the whole squad right here, Mr. BNC as well as CK Zhao, also are bringing something to the table, and the whole team should be more than ready to show us that they have what it takes to become the champion of champions.
Of course, and let's see where the battles are going to be held. Let's take a look at the map vetoes, because we're starting out on Dust 2 once again, this time selected by MIBR Academy. And it's actually, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is the exact same distribution that we had before. Not exactly the same bands or the same order of bands, but we will see the same maps once again, at least at the very beginning. We didn't see Mirage earlier, so perhaps it will come along in the final decider map, but we are gonna have to find out later. In the meantime, it's Dust 2 once again to start out, and last performance in Dust 2 was quite dominant from one of the teams you already know. The guys over at Dusty Roots were almost going to get a 13-0 on both teams, actually, on both maps, both Dust 2 and Nuke. But yeah, for what it's worth, this one should be a lot closer, methinks.
Yeah, it is really possible based on the previous experience of both teams and also their performance throughout the tournament. Yes, it might actually just be a very similar game that we are going to have. Also, as I usually always say, like just straight up picking Dust 2 as a first one is kind of a red flag, to be honest. It just means that maybe they don't really feel confident as a team and maybe on their dynamics. So they actually try to choose Dust 2 to be a little bit better regarding individual skill, like using that instead of strategy. So if they're going to jump into Dust 2 and that is their idea, well, I really hope the best of luck for them, because let me tell you, Elevate is also a really good team that knows exactly how to play on that map. Of course, beyond that, because this is just going to be the first one, then we have Nuke, which is a pretty solid pick as well for Elevate, and such a very different map that, well, we don't really know exactly what to expect on it. But what we do know is that both teams are pretty much similar regarding their success on Nuke as well.
You know, I'm actually not super scared about Dust 2. It's Nuke where Elevate should really put a dent on MIBR Academy's record, because the last time MIBR Academy played that map, they lost against the Game Hunters 13-1. So the very same score that we saw earlier between the Bounty Hunters, Dusty Roots and Mesitas. And Elevate won their last appointment here on Nuke 13-2. So I think, they did a pretty solid job before against Flamengo, 13-2. They ended up losing that match. Overall, Nuke was the first map they played, and then they lost the following two. Or rather, they lost one, and then they forfeited the last one. So who even knows if they would have taken the match against Flamengo had they played the last one. I don't know what circumstances were behind that forfeit. But still, that's the current image. That's the current, picture that we're about to witness. And yep, speaking of the statistics, you can see that there's a clear superiority from Elevate's side as Lash. Yeah, look at that KD ratio, man. I mean, unfortunately for Card, he is in the positives of the KD, but he is a lot closer in terms of kills versus deaths, whereas Lash is a lot more dominant.
Yeah, especially also with the headshot rating. I mean, Lash has been doing wonders. I saw his play with the AWP. Like, he really knows exactly how to dominate the map and how to position, how to land shots. Like, he is just a very, very solid card in this case for the Elevate team. And speaking of card, by the way, well, he is also pretty good, but I still have to see him shine. And I really do hope that that is going to happen on this matchup between these two amazing teams. Because they are facing elimination, there are no more chances. They need to go into the fray and do something. Well, you know, I'm a guy that believes in miracles, and I think that this is going to be the miracle we are looking for. Both teams should give us a show that we are expecting from them as professional players.
Well, we're about to head into the action real soon. The players should be getting into the server. They should be setting everything up to get right into the gameplay real soon. But you know what, Evanton? I think that there is, at least statistically that is, there is a very clear superiority over on the Elevate side, not just from the players alone. We already saw what Lash has to offer, but also just in their history throughout the group stage. They have a plus 15 round differential. They lost against the players, but never in a bad way. Like, they lost 13-11 on Inferno. That was the last map they played before this match here. And a 13-11 loss tells you that they brought it till the very end. They never played OT as far as I'm concerned in the series, but still, they always kept it super competitive. I think that Elevate does have the upper hand, whereas MIBR, well, they did take some pretty heavy losses, but if they can keep it all together, I think we might be able to see at least a decider.
Well, I certainly hope so, because Mirage is one of my favorite maps, honestly, and it's also one of those maps in which teams definitely have a lot of individual skill as well. So things are gonna even out, even if they don't really know exactly how to move around that map, or they don't really have that much team play. It's like everybody knows exactly where they need to be positioned, how to play with their flashes, how to play with their utility specialty smokes and everything. So it's certainly a fun match to watch, but of course, just like we mentioned, it's only gonna be there if we don't have a 2-0, which we really don't know if it's gonna happen. Now, right now, Toon, we just need to wait a little bit longer until everything gets ready on the server so that the players can actually just jump right into the action. So, well, I just wanted to ask you personally, who do you think will actually come out on top?
Elevate. I mean, I really don't hesitate when saying that. I just look at the statistics and yeah, I mean, I just say it like I see it, you know? I don't have much of a reason to believe that MIBR Academy is going to do it, but you know what? They might catch us off guard, and it seems like the game is ready, so we're about to find out how much or how long we're gonna go for if MIBR Academy does have the gas in the tank. But tell me, Evantoon, what's your call? Who do you think is gonna put it?
Well, actually, one thing I'm gonna mention is precisely the thing about the gas in the tank. The problem I see with MIBR usually is that gas actually runs really fast. I mean, they burn a little too fast, so they usually really start pretty strong, but after the first map, they just start falling off really quickly. I don't really know if that's because they're getting tired. I don't really know if they actually exhaust their opportunities or strategies or whatever happens, but I have seen that happen before. MIBR is a team that always starts off strong, but then falls off as long as the map actually starts going forward.
Well, it appears that the pistol will only give us a little bit of info here, as MIBR Academy does pull off the first kill. That's Burns, who just got it. But with the Zeta out of the equation, I don't think that Elevate is feeling super bad. Oh, but Zedgy here, he was not able to put a single bullet on one of his targets. That's definitely gotta hurt, especially when you've got the dual Berettas and you've got that pseudo rapid fire by clicking real fast. But it appears that it's going to be a bit of a longer round as the repositionings are starting to happen, and they're probably going to sandwich some people together. Elevate cannot put up a solid defensive effort here, and you've got two remaining players, both with dual Berettas, but with very little HP to work with. It's a 2v2 now, though, so definitely doable. But dual Berettas, once again, I am not sure if they're going to cut it. Both MIBR Academy members have 100 HP, and Lash already met with one of them. He sees him, but he cannot land a headshot.
Oh boy, there we go. Sid's still alive with only 3 HP. He could actually land those shots, but he's using the duelist, so the long range is not really gonna help him out. Of course, the bomb right now is planted. So, the move needs to be done fast right here by Sid, but watch, and okay, actually surviving that. Not for long, though. LKS repeaks, gets the shot, and finally takes him down after that gruesome duel with the duelist. Now, just like that, MIBR actually claims the first round. Exactly what I meant. These guys usually always start off really strong. Let's just see if they can actually hold up like that for the rest of the game and also for the rest of the maps.
What I'm not loving about the way that pistol round went is how long it took for both teams to find bullets to land. Just a general shaky aim here from both of them, but hoping to see an improvement as time goes on. MIBR Academy are going on a bit of a heavier investment with 2 AKs, 2 Galeals, and a Scout, whereas Elevate can only conform to having a single Scout, 2 MP9s, and a couple of I think that at least one of them is a Deagle. The second Shadow, I can't really tell for sure, but it might be a 5.7. Still going to go forward, and Elevate's own Lash is going to try and hold on to the angle in mid doors. If he finds a headshot with the Scout, that's of course going to be an insta-kill, but easier said than done. And MIBR are going to have the chance to just move forward as they please. Oh, careful though! The MP9s! They claim 2 lives already. Make that a third with the Deagle from ZK Zhao. Man, a nightmare of a round for MIBR Academy, who actually started out looking like the mightier team with their loadouts. And of course, it seems like, yep, LKZ is not going to turn around. He does not check the angle. He just gets flanked. And that's Card remaining, the only player left. Picks up a Galil in favor of the Scout. I don't know, man. If he's able to get a kill or two, I might believe in something, but Hoof already located. He's about to be sandwiched.
Dinked. And down. Well, he definitely tried. But now Elevate gets back on track, so now the scores are the 1-1. I don't really think that MIBR is going to be able to come out on top on this one. Like, they definitely have no economy at all. Probably just going for the Deagles. And we can see Elevate. Look at all those AK-47s. Oh, wait. They got the best out of the enemy on the previous round. Well, we still have 1 minute and 40 seconds. This guy's, it seems that MIBR don't really want to commit to one side yet. They probably just want to play with picks with the Deagle, so if they're able to recover one of the AK-47s, that would be more than enough, to be honest.
Well, the usual will do for now. It's only a matter of timing here. And will Lash be able to... Oh, he actually does lash out a single bullet. It seems to have tagged a person. Yep, CK Zhao in the meantime takes care of 2 players. One through the wallbang. Oh goodness, he actually locates the rest of them. I think they already know where everybody is. They take care of Stormzen, and that remains. Ooh. That means that only Brunch remains. And yep, he's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Nowhere for him to run and Elevate take the second in a row. And I'm loving this, Evanton. I'm loving the fact that Elevate shook off that initial pistol round. They saw that they realized that, you know, the pistol round performance didn't really have to roll over their playstyle overall. And look at what they're doing, man. I love the aggression that they're playing with.
Well, the change of pace usually always takes the enemy by surprise, so going very defensively and then aggressively. Sometimes it's all it takes to be able to catch the enemy off guard and get those kills and get the round. Oh, look at that nade dealing a lot of damage on MIBR with no money at all once again. So we're kind of forcing out the Deagles in the previous one. BNC takes another kill. The AK-47 storms in is out. Watch out. There was one player just around the corner. Big Blue, my friend. Now Mr. Burn Money takes down BNC, and just like that puts things at a 4v3. The card is low on HP. Long range fight. Burn actually gets that kill with the AK. Still 1 minute, but now the CTs know exactly where the enemy is located and where they want to go. So they can defend. Nice kill.
Shoutouts to the fact that Lash has not let go of his scout ever since he bought it. He has practiced solid survival skills. And now it's only a matter of doing the waterfall damage here on top. Goodbye, sir. He eventually does pick up an M4, but it wasn't him who delivered that final kill. It was Diosera. But I do love how Elevate have been so thrifty with their purchases and the weapons they decide to keep. Even the scout, I insist. Having a scout for 4 or 3 rounds in a row, not super common to see. But now we've got the AWP, at least on the side of Elevate. And MIBR Academy are playing a bit more smart with their money. They've got 3 AKs, sure, but 2 Galils to go along with that. So it's definitely going to be a rapid-fire battle, but are they ready for the push? It seems like they're going to attempt a push into B, or at least control mid, but it does not seem to yield too many good results. They cannot actually claim that much area.
All right. No casualty still, but seems like it might be coming to an end, though. Because right outside long doors, we are going to have a bit of a crossfire right there. Everything is getting ready, it seems. Tons of utility being used, but still no blood has been spilled. Ash playing with the smoke as well, buying as much time as possible. Down to 50 seconds. There it is. PNC actually getting that kill against Burns. Takes a double as well. Finally goes down. Card is the one getting that kill, but also is going to push forward. It's taken down by Diosera. Amazing shot to the head. Enemy spotted, crossing on catwalk, and Lash gets that kill, but misses the second, and Perez actually retaliates, paying it off with the AK-47 shot and kill. 1v3. And only 25 seconds.
Appears to be the, well, you know, the final remaining hope of MIBR to carry over some weapons, because money-wise, they have been consistently suffering, and I don't see that getting any better for them. He does still have a chance at survival. I don't think there's any intel being relayed as to where he might be, so the timer will simply run by. Oh, wait a minute. Somebody's getting up on him. Do they got him? Oh my goodness! Ooh. I don't think they got him. Nope, he is carrying over the AK. I think the BNC might have died, actually. I'm not super sure, but still, Paris carried over the AK, and that's what matters for them.
That was really close. Just one well-placed shot to the head would have been more than enough, but They definitely took him by surprise right there. Both of them could have died. Like, it was quite the bet. Doesn't happen, though, so... Would have been disastrous, imagine. Making it to the next round with no money and no weapons. Ooh, first blood. Spilled. Lash getting the first kill with the AWP. Now we have the CTs actually splitting once again, moving around the map. Dropping their utility. And one player, two of them have been spotted on mid. Of course, that shot misses from Lash. But he knows where the enemy is located still. So now CK Sao, of course, is going to take point. He knows. One shot actually connects, but not against the enemy's head. Set up that spot. Moves towards Smith. And now Lash is going to guard it. "50 seconds on the clock. And of course, the tourist force still... They do not want to make... They don't want to take a decision because they don't want to make a mistake. They're patiently waiting. It's a 35-second push, it seems. Here they go. Just as the fire breaks out, got 2-3 players already down. Paris retaliates, taking down TK Sao, and now it's all down to Paris. Alone on side, but then he just almost getting him. Paris allows himself to take down Lash, but of course Sid is right there to answer. Wow, that was really, really close for him to at least get that other kill, but not bad.
Se puso un organillero aquí afuera de que casi está tocando.
Ooh, that is so weird.
Anywho, we're just gonna have to drown out the music in the background. I hope nobody can hear that. Not that it sounds bad, of course. Shoutouts to los organilleros. I just don't want him right outside my home right now. I'm doing commentary, please. Anywho, MIBR Academy, unfortunately, have been, kind of forced to use their util in very tight situations or very tight spots that they're not getting too much mileage out of it. Look at that. They throw a couple of flashes and everything, but look how little it works for them. They actually go in and both of them bite the dust. I think a big problem with MIBR here is the fact that their util is kind of betraying them. It's just giving more intel to Elevate to shift some pieces around and then starting to sandwich them. Elevate lost one player in that exchange, sure, but I think the bigger story is how MIBR's util seems to be doing no work for them. And look at that. Fantastic. Oh, no trigger discipline, actually. He could have waited a little bit longer, but at least he does have the intel of where the other two are.
My God, that was really unfortunate right there for the AWP, but at least he goes down with one kill of his own. Burns on the other side, takes another shot with the AK-47, landing against the enemy's head, and now the bomb has been planted, but Cart is right there watching the tunnel with the AWP, takes down CK Sao, and I think at this point, this round will go for MIBR. It's a 1v2, so BNC, of course, just decides to save the AWP. Much, much better. Well, just gonna leave this on a calm moment. Then we'll eventually transform into a 5-2 on the scoreboard once the bomb blows up.
While the bomb explodes, here's a fun fact for you. The word academia does not mean what you think it means in Portuguese. Academia is actually the gym. Like the gymnasium, the place where you work out. That's the gym. Academia. That's the gym. So there's a reason why it's called MIBR Academy in English. It's not just because they try to, reach out to different markets and everything. But if they called it Academia, that would actually be a gym. So I think the proper word would be something like escola, like school, or MIBR Academy, MIBR school, or something like that. Not super sure, but still, Academy works fine. It's just a fun fact that Academia is actually a gym in Portuguese. And by the way, while I was saying that, Card lost his life. Lash. So once again, Lash is proving to be You know, there's a reason why he was highlighted in the 1v1. Look at that headshot. Well, not headshot, but look at that kill he just got for Paris.
Yeah, that was a nice kill. I knew, I mean, as soon as the game was about to start, I had to put the spotlight on this guy. Been really, really happy with his performance. Whenever I see him, he always shines. And I think that he might be the reason why Elevate might come out on top, to be honest. Maybe Elevate will be able to win this. Don't want to say single-handedly, like I mentioned. Look at that. We got BNC and CK Sao. Like, doing a really good job. But, he's such a strong player. Just allowing himself to get 2 kills instead of 1 every single round will always put the advantage for Elevate, and that is huge. We all know. The slightest advantage you can get in this game always goes a long way. We got only 22 seconds on the clock, and right now, don't see MIBR doing anything at all. Trying to survive right here. Bring up those weapons for the next one. Because this one is going for Elevate.
I think that Molly really set the tone for the remainder of this round. Just guarding those doors. And look at that, even more pieces of utility that they decided to throw out. BNC hunting for an extra exit frag, but it doesn't seem to happen for him. Of course, they knew that there was an AWP in place, so getting that kill would have been extremely valuable for Elevate. But you know what? No biggie. I don't think lacking a kill or an exit frag there is really going to put them on a bad spot for the next round. Granted, MIBR did have enough money to make a big investment once again, at least give some AKs and a single Galil for their players. Now, Card here decided to keep holding on to that angle even after being blinded and hearing that smoke being set up. I love the cojones from him, but I don't know if there's any value to be obtained from it. He's going to have to back down and probably rendezvous to push on the mid side. Yep, that seems to be the case. It's going to be a very long angle he's holding on to. Now, last year, forced to step back big time from the molly that they just set up, so definitely a push towards A in the making. What Elevate doesn't know, however, is that they're just kind of checking angles. Bomb is all the way back. So not really time for pushes yet. They're going to try to drain the clock as much as possible. There's still 1 minute and 5 seconds left of gameplay.
Nothing has happened yet. Just a little bit of damage for Lash, but 50 seconds once more, MIBR. You can tell they're scared. You can tell that. Well, there we go. Actually, Purse takes 1 kill. You can see it. That's at upper turns. Hard gets another kill. This time, CK Sao is out of the equation. Diazera pushes forward into tunnels, gets 1 kill. But of course, right now, we start to see movement because we are down to only 20 seconds once again. What is going on? Bomb's gonna get planted, though. Well, these guys took their time, and it actually worked out. Look at that beautiful kill coming through the smoke into Diazera's carrot. On the other side, BNC takes the kill against Card, and now we are down to a 2v3 situation. This could be fought by Elevate, but it wouldn't be the smartest thing to do. I mean, they have 2 AWPs. Better save it for the next one.
Oh, I thought they were going to give up a kill there. Lash definitely saw, or at least understood, that there was some movement going on. Trying to catch him off guard as they were running away, but still, it's going to be a bomb explosion. And MIBR are going to set themselves up on 3 rounds. Now, of course, given the money situation, both of these teams are going to be fine, at least for a little bit. This round is not going to be an issue for either one of them. And I think this round here is going to determine how the rest of the half goes. Not too many rounds left to go, a total of 3. And you already know, a 9-3 score on the side switch is like a 2-0 score on soccer, football. Going into the second half, you never really know how big of an advantage that is. It's usually quite easy to come back from. 6 rounds, it's always within the realm of possibility to make a comeback from. The The BNC here, he reacts to the flash and he hears the footsteps, so time for him to run back, and he does make it back in time. Look at that! He is able to peek back alongside Lash to get those 2 kills initials. And I don't think MIBR really has a lot left in the tank, but they're still trying to go for it. They throw a molly. Is BNC actually going to outrun the smoke? I'm not sure about that, but Stormson does catch CK's out, and they find BNC through the smoke. So Elevate's lead is gone just like that.
Well, he goes down and the bomb gets planted, but watch out because this guy still want to give up a fight. We got City and the Ozera. Oh no, I thought they were actually gonna try to at least do something, get 1 kill or something, but it seems like they don't really have what it takes right now. Of course, also once again, a smart thing to do, try to save, but you can't keep giving those away. Because right now, MIBR is going to rack up the 4th point for them on a 6 and 4. Elevate needs to make sure that they jump into the second half of the game with the advantage. They cannot give the tie away.
And that's 2 AK-47s being carried over by MIBR alongside the AWP. Like I said, Elevate was not going to suffer in the money front just yet. Zedgy is going to be in a pretty bad position if they lose again. But, you know, the issue is that if Elevate do lose here, the next round, the final round of the half, is going to be a nightmare for them. They're not going to have the greatest loadouts, as the loss bonus is not really adding up that much, and they don't want to give up any more rounds. Already, though, Stormson was the first one to bite the dust, so that lead for Elevate should definitely give them a ton of mileage, but they gave up a lead in the last round, so who even knows anymore? Oh, look at that! That's 2 players down. As Burns, I thought you were going to call him Mr. Burns earlier, like Burn Money, Mr. Burn Money.
Yeah.
It's actually Mr. Burns. But still, it seems like the 3 remaining players from MIBR Academy have already been located. They're all in the same long area, so they're going to try to keep on pushing, but it's going to be complicated against Lash's AWP. They do take their time, though.
Well, here they go. They begin to push. Ooh, nice shot coming in from Carr. Takes just a little bit of chip damage. Wow. And the save comes in as well from the molly. And now we're still in a 4v3, though. The Sid begins moving forward. Taking cover on the smoke. He's approaching now. The shots actually land, stopping the plant. Beautifully played. Paris takes down CK7 retaliation. A refrag. Boom, another shot. Card playing aggressively with the AWP, but the bomb still needs to get planted. Watch out though, Paris wants some blood. He actually watches, and he sees that Lash is hiding right there. He pushes forward, takes the kill, and puts everything in the hands of the Ozera right now.
Oh, goodness gracious, you can't whiff that, man. Oh no.
Well, there was no time either as well.
Yeah, so playing the clock and then playing for the win condition of getting the kill. You cannot whiff those bullets, man. You definitely had to kill the Ozera there. And the Ozera playing like the actual Dios. So MIBR Academy is going to have to play for the first tactical pause. They call for the first tactical pause of the match. Not the first one of the day. There were a few in the last match, but still, they usually come out a little bit later than they should. But still, Elevate are going to have to play it carefully because regardless of their lead on the money front and everything, MIBR still has some solid weaponry. The only one lacking is Paris. But in terms of util, they're not completely down on their luck. I think that MIBR Academy still has some solid tools to play with. The real problem is getting through Lash's scope. Ard needs to stop whiffing those bullets, man. That bullet he whiffed against the Ozera is definitely the difference between an 8-4 and a 7-5. But we're about to see how good or bad they can do it here. Card is going to play it real careful. But you already know that Lash is going to keep holding on to that angle, man. There's no reason for Lash to move anywhere else. They just need to play at a distance, play the angles right. You've got that advantage.
Well, nothing has happened so far. We're down to the 1 minute and 10-second mark. Bomb is grabbed. Right, here we go. It's the last round of the first half. So everything goes out the window right now. First with the Mac 10. Alright, it's another smoke, just making sure nobody's right there. Buying as much time as possible. And speaking of time, right now, MIBR is allowing that timer to go really, really low. This could be a double-edged sword. Now 25 seconds, it might just be a little too late because they're actually betting for the side in which there's 3 players. And look at Diozura, he's actually going to be the first bastion of defense, takes one down, not quite the second, but deals a little bit of damage. And look at that CK South, taking 2 of them as they try to push forward, hiding around the car. Now Burst grabs the weapon, but the bomb is not going to get planted, I'll tell you that.
Yep, too far away. And you cannot get 2 kills like that. GG on the first half. That's a lead for Elevate. 4 rounds of advantage. And they are now heading into the side switch. So Elevate is going to play T-side now. If they played half as aggressively... Or no, actually. I'm not saying that they were super aggressive on CT side. They actually knew when to play defense and just hold back the angles a little bit. That was the right thing to do. But I do like that when we saw some aggression from Elevate, they were able to pull off the round. So I'm hoping for a little bit more of that. I love to see those performances where the CTs get aggressive at times. And this would definitely benefit the team a ton. You know, to change that mindset around real fast. And go into team knowing that there won't be any breaks. Knowing that they will keep their foot on the gas. And knowing that MIBR is probably not going to be ready for the defense until they have an AWP, like until they're able to hold on to the angle on the mid doors. With the AWP, I think that Elevate has a pretty nice chance to just play the waterfall, the landslide effect. But now it's time, man. The side switch has happened. MIBR is on the defensive area.
Well, now, on the switch side, Elevate coming up with advantage. Let's just see what MIBR can do. Because right now, this is their pick, and it's not looking quite good. City side should help them out, but... Here we can actually see them committing to the A side with only 1 player on B. Plays the smoke, buy some time. No rush from the T's. The Mamba all the way behind as well. Now Elevate wants to make sure they can get as much information as possible before they take a decision. Three players mid. 1 for tunnels. Right, here they go. Actually moving towards Smith. There's 1 player just behind the smoke. Watch out, because at the 1 minute mark, we have some movement. Bard with the duelist. Certainly gonna defend. First blood comes in. He actually takes a double. Amazingly played. A third. Woo. Good shots. Also burns on the other side. Takes down CK Sao. Not bomb. Of course, not gonna be planted. And Flash goes down. There was not much they could do. Good round for MIBR. And amazing kills coming in with the duelist for card.
Well, if you're MIBR, you're definitely going to try to put an even score ASAP. But let's remember, Elevate were able to bring it back after losing Pistol initially. Granted, they didn't make a single investment here. They didn't buy util, they didn't buy gear, they didn't buy a weapon. They're just going in with the very basics. More power to you if it works, but it seems like it won't. So yeah, MIBR are just going to run them over. ZK Zhao hiding on his little spot here. Eventually he does emerge from... Oh, and Cat, but no, goodness gracious.
Wow.
2 HP on card, so close to dying, and yet it did not happen for Elevate. They are, however, able to get some true gear this time around. It's going to be just a scout for a Lash, however, so that's gotta hurt.
Well, the advantage is still for Elevate, and finally, they should be able to afford their weapons. They got the AK-47s, and the... Oh, look at that shot from Lash. Oh my god, with the scout. LKS doesn't even know... LKC, I'm sorry. Doesn't even know what hit him. Well, that was a pretty quick first blood. Weird Molly. Chip damage against BNC. Various force just playing around mid, making sure nobody's lurking around.
Well, remember, no intel is also intel. At least you know where they are not, giving you a, a bit of space to run with. Elevate did get that kill on mid doors, and now it seems like MIBR are not committing any units to B side. They're willing to give it up in favor of just surviving and keeping their weaponry for the next round. I don't think they're going to play retake, honestly. Post plant, you might get an exit frag or two, but at this point, I think MIBR is just going to keep on hiding. Yeah, they must hear that the bomb's being planted now. There you have it. The timer is ticking. But yeah, just keep your weaponry. Don't let anybody else fall to the wayside. But you might see one happen. Yes, sir. Oh, no, BNC. Not loving that crosshair placement. And MIBR are just going to take a step back. Shoutouts to Lash, by the way. Look where he is. Bro is on his corner, and he is not going to move away from that. And Paris just got flashbangs. Poor guy. But still, it's going to be a pretty uneventful end of the round, it seems.
Well, consequences. In the end, not much blood is spilled. But Elevate still makes it out with the round. So now they're getting really close to the double digits as we also reach the magic number on the score. The AK-47s fell at the perfect moment because they have been really helping these guys out. But now, jumping in, round number 16. We got a pretty standard split on the CTs with 2 players going B. Oh, that nade actually... First just pretty much caught that one down to 71 HP. Double flash, making sure nobody is right there. Pushing forward to Yozera. Getting a bit more of security. Look at all those mollies.
This is going
Still
to
plenty
put...
of time.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate is going to be put together and with a minute and 5 seconds remaining to play with, but the little path that the smokes left open are at least going to let BNC gather a little bit more map control and a little bit of intel. He sees nobody there. Of course, that right turn is going to be the true test of skill. Zedgy about to come across Paris too, and Paris is looking out into corridor. Show himself, he does, and that's a victory for Zedgy. Meaning that B side is wide open, but they do not have all the intel yet. They need to at least see one more person. Not quite enough. Not quite enough. You need the wall bang. Yes, sir. That's going to be the grenade kill, actually. The HE takes care of Burns. And yet the remaining players of MIBR are once again going to go for the save. Not a ton of reason to go in and fight for the retake if you're just going to lose your AWP and the M4. The MP9... Who really cares about that MP9? But you know what? Still, you want to keep it. And shoutouts to Card. He has practiced some pretty good survival. But Elevate are going to reach the double digits, 17. And this will put us ever so closer to Nuke.
Just patiently waiting for the storm. In this case, the bomb to actually reach 0 on the timer. On the other side, we do have a little bit of blood spilled. Couple kills falling in. Look at that shot. The user. Oh, certainly hurt the enemy, but LKZ was patiently waiting for his victim. And it happens to be none other than the user going down right at the end. Elevate, however, still claimed the round. And yep, there it is. The double digits. We got the 6 and 10.
Just a little extra gas in the tank for Elevate. They have not been able to get the full massacre against MIBR in a bit, but there's still a chance for them. But an even bigger dent on the score. It could end up being a 13-6 if MIBR doesn't wake up and get at least one thing. Oh my goodness, they do see Zedgy. They didn't see Diozeta, probably. It was just the one person that he actually saw, but still they're going to commit some units. Well, actually, will they? Kind of feeling like they're going to send Stormson back to the bottom lines, but yep, he is. He is now on the bottom side. LKZ is the second line of defense. And seems like an unlikely situation. Oh, goodness! Even if Flash whipped that bullet, ZK is out, ready to take care of Paris. Now it's all about the prowl. People seem to be quite split up, but look at that. Burns takes care of ZK Zhao right as he emerges, and that forces Lash to set up a smoke of his own. Very dangerous spot to be in. Stormson still guarding the site. Stormson is about to become the hero. Stormson! He does get him, and he locates the bomb too!
Ooh, not quite the second, and BNC on the other side takes down LKC. The shot misses from Card, and that just puts... Oh my god, look at the way that things actually turned out. The advantage was for MIBR, but those couple of mistakes and whiff shots from the AWP were more than enough to actually put Burns all alone, and now the bomb is gonna get planted. So this round is probably going for Elevate. We don't really know. BNC taking point right here. There's one player, he actually spots it. Lands those shots. Gets the round for his team. Elevate, make it a little bit further into what could be the match point.
One more round and they secure OT at the very least, which is always a big load to handle mentally. And yep, with just the pistols, I don't think that MIBR Academy are gonna put any numbers here. Oh, there seems to be a tech issue though, as the timer has stopped ticking. Still, Elevate looking swell. Like I told you, they actually have a pretty good round differential overall. Plus 15 versus the minus 10 that MIBR Academy had amassed before this match. As time goes on, it's just looking worse and worse for them. Elevate feeling swell. For a team that has a 1-2 record, I'd like to remind you guys there's a bit of an asterisk around that number, as Flamengo won against them, but there was a forfeit in that map. So yeah, there's always an asterisk with these teams. MIBR Academy also forfeited against 2Game. But you know what? They both started winning. They did make a part of the upper echelon of teams at the very start. Later on, the luck wasn't quite on their side, but here we go. Timer ticking. We're about to start out with round 18. And this is a very important one. If MIBR Academy are actually able to pick up an AK, I would almost give them that benefit of the doubt. They might be able to put off something great.
Ooh, here we go, and first blood falls in as well. ZK Zhao is the first one going down. With just the enemy deagle. Look at that. MIBR with no, pretty much not firepower. And they already claim advantage. Okay, slow pushing. Diozera coming close with the AK-47. He's gonna stumble upon a bunch of CTs right there. Oh, but none of them
Man.
actually see each other. Oh boy.
I love that timing.
Yep, and now the blood's gonna be spilled. Yep, he's gonna be right there. But it's actually Burns with the AK-47 getting that kill. I really thought that at least Seed having the, the high ground. Oh no, what is that? Yozura, come on. Well, at least he actually looks the other way and gets a double. But yeah, those initial shots definitely shouldn't have missed.
Dude, that guy's still alive, by the way. LKZ is still alive over there in the ramp of Long. Holy smokes. What was that shooting? But, well, that's yes for yes. Sometimes it just doesn't go your way. LKZ is still alive and he gets a kill? Dude, what on earth is going on? Is he actually going to pull it off? Okay, no, he doesn't. Seems like this is going to be it. Perez has an AK in his hands, but I am not super sure if he's going to be able to retake. Yeah, there you go. A sandwich. But, man, for a Nico, I don't think MIBR did that bad. They were actually putting on some solid damage against Elevate, thanks to the Deagles. But now, Evanton, this might be the final round of the map. If Elevate win it here, we're headed to Nuke after just a short break. But if MIBR Academy win it here, they are still in the game and they can still take us to OT if they play well enough.
All right, here we go. The round pretty much just started, but we already have a little bit of scouting. Seed pushing forward. Careful, Stormson. Be careful, Stormson. They take a lot of damage, but one kill. Oh no, they fire right at the end. Stormson does go down, but he also hit hard against BNC. So we are down to a 4v4. Here comes Amali driving those two CTs away. There's still two players on B around that area. One mid. And the B window. So a good push coming in from the terrorist force on Catwalk. Be really nice. Oh, but LKC was more than ready. Takes that kill against Slash. Diosura goes down as well, but then Seed. Oh my god.
Why are you peeking while reloading?
Yeah. I was
not loving that.
Oh man. Why? I feel like Elevate just got a little bit too comfortable with the big advantage they got. Maybe that's what happened.
Comfortable they did get for sure. And yep, they were almost feeling like, yeah, we won already, let's just go. No, dude, it's not over. And with that kind of money, they're gonna have to play a very tight round. Some would be able to buy an AK, but at this point, I don't think you force buy. I think this is going to be just a full save, and they're going to try to get their full loadout next round. Very little loss bonus. If they're able to plant the bomb, more power to them. If they're able to get a kill or two, great. But there isn't even, like, a single deagle, is there? I think ZK Zhao has a deagle, but he's the only one. The rest of them are playing with just their basics, blocks and such, and oh, there you go. There's the one deagle in action. Burns goes down to the hands of ZK Zhao. So it's a lead for Elevate, but just on the player count. On the loadout, it's not a lead whatsoever.
Shot comes in. And actually lands the nade just to make sure it gets signed, sealed, and delivered. Good kill from Diosera. Watch out. Stormson takes a lot of damage. Gets one player, person on the other side takes another one as well. Molly. Oh, that was a great Molly, honestly. The bomb gets planted, but that's just so much damage to Lash. Well, that was kind of an easy round, of course, for MIBR, as the enemy had pretty much zero money, zero firepower. But at least the plant money goes back as well. Problem is, whenever you just start giving those away, that's exactly how you get an overtime, my man.
It's always a dangerous situation to be in. When you're ahead by just 6, I always insist it's within the realm of possibility to make a comeback. So you cannot get too comfortable with where you are. Ooh, but I'm loving this. I'm loving this. I'm loving this. Oh no, I'm not loving it anymore. Lash saw a couple of players move by, but he delivered no bullets to them. And this puts Elevate on an interesting situation. Oh my god, Storm, you should not whip that, man. Bro, you saw that head peeking. What's going on, man? So many whiffs that seem unexplainable, but it is what it is. And MIBR are going to have to keep on playing, and Lash is going to have to keep on holding. But it seems like nobody's delivering any damage. I mean, Stormson took 4 HP of damage, and the Ozetta took 12. Like, what is that? That's nothing.
Very tense moments we have right now, because the thing is that if Elevate gives this round away, then we might be getting really, really close to an overtime. It's looking doable, to be honest. But of course, here we go. Still got 50 seconds on the clock. Bomb is grabbed. Taken around mid. 2 players watching that spot. Got advance, flashes, kills. CK's out. Takes down Burns first. Another one for the Elevate in this case. Saving this out. Burns on the other side. Attacks against the player on tunnels. He's still inside. He gets another one. Finally goes down. Bomb needs to get planted. 10 seconds. There we go. It's all down to Card being the last player alive, but Lash is waiting perfectly right there. Misses the shot. Oh, and takes one of his own and goes down as Card pushes in forward with the Desert Eagle. It is not over, but it's a 1v2 situation. And the timer is ticking against the last CT. I think this could be it, my friend.
Very likely so. Time is running out. There was a defuse kit, but it won't be any good if you can't reach the bomb in the first place. That's the first map, everybody. We are headed to Nuke now. Elevate have won this one 13-8. Not that big of a round differential, if you ask me. They could have ended it sooner, but it is what it is. At least they were able to clutch it before going to OT. Because, like you said, Evan, when you start dropping those few rounds here and there, that's how you get to OT, man. You might feel super confident, but that's how you get there. And thankfully for them, it did not happen. But you know what? It's not over yet. We've still got one more map. Nuke is coming up next. So everybody, stick around. We will take a very short break. We will be right back with the possible final map of the evening. It's time for Nuke, everybody. Once again, if you recall, these are the same two maps that we saw earlier between Mesitas and Dusty Roots. Just the appointments on Nuke keep on coming. Nuke stocks keep on rising. Stonks for Nuke. Now, it seems as though MIBR have decided to make a push for B sites. Look at the distribution from Elevate's side. They're actually distributing their numbers in a way that covers a lot of angles. Look at that trigger discipline as well. Dio's Data super ready to take care of business. He saw all three of them going into obs, and this is going to be an absolute nightmare for MIBR.
Dealing just a little bit of damage. Finally takes that kill against Mr. Burns. Watch out, because Lash is on a duel against the last player alive, which is none other than Stormson, down to 35 HP only. He needs to find a way either to survive and get a kill, or maybe just clutch the round. Who knows? Still plenty of time, but not looking good. He might just go down, as there are two players right around the corner. They actually heard them. Oh. Oh, there it is. Slash is the one getting that final kill. And just like that, they should be able to afford an M4. Hands of Diozer as well. Got MP9s. And Elevate claims the first one. This is their pick after all. They actually won the first point. We ended up with a 1-0 for Elevate on Dust 2, which was MIBR's Academy map. So we can only expect this to get even bloodier, I can tell. So we can already see Elevate dominating the map. And now jumping in with stronger weapons and firepower. Let's see how it all develops, because right now the T's are in quite the predicament.
It's a predicament indeed, especially for a team that's not just down on the score here, but down on the record of the full match. Zaji here. Oh, actually, two trades, two back and forth situations, but the problem for Elevate is that they did give up map control, and the bomb is now planted. So overall, MIBR Academy ends up winning there. It's not an awful situation for Elevate just yet, but it's, oh, it is now. They lost CK Zal right there on the fence, and I don't think they got too much intel. Dio Zeta, though, he will see fun. Oh, yep, there you go. Finds one person. Does he find anybody else? Not yet. It's going to be just a bait and switch. Ooh. Oh, what? Another bait and switch cut. What's going on here? Evan, so many trades back and forth. What's going on? What was this round?
That was so close. Everything was like looking good for both teams in that one. And honestly, the thing is that MIBR was actually able to clutch that one up with no weapons. They just got a couple kills and then grabbed the N4s and did wonders with them. So, well, that was not a good round for Elevate, but also a really, really good one regardless. Yep, we got those amazing trades and the last moments in which the Tech 9 proved itself to be deadly with a good couple shots to the head. Oh man, I was really seeing that one for Elevate, but it does not happen. I'm glad that MIBR is actually able to get back on track so fast, and now they should be able to afford their AK-47s, as well as a couple of Galils. And they have, of course, the M4s from the previous round. So, they begin pushing forward, no fear. Now the problem is Elevate. They don't really have much to fight back with. Only an MP9 and pistols. Ooh, look at that. First blood came in. Stormson taking that Lash. But also, quite a bit of damage, down to 41.
There you have it. Another headshot. Tons and tons of blood being shed on the side of MIBR Academy in particular. LKZ is now the next one to die. Look at that. It's just a matter of timing. There is still an AK in play, and that's on Perez's hands, alongside Burns, who has a Galil. Not a terrible spot to be in, or at least, well, for the Galil, it's a little bit harder to play those long-distance battles. You definitely need an AK if you want to win that fight. But it's the intel that that Burns is getting that's really going to help Perez. And they might have seen somebody behind the red box. That's CK Zal. CK Zal emerges, though. He sees him. And this is it's a 3v1, where I'm not super sure if Burns has a chance to even go pick up that bomb. He does have a chance now. Look at that. He gets that kill, grabs the bomb, and then he's going to make a run for it. Oh, no, that's not the approach you want. That's definitely not the approach you need. But guess what? Time ran out anyway. So it was all a matter of defending.
Man, another round in which the enemy just got ecoed right here. Elevate had nothing to fight with, but it ends up just going really well for them. MIBR, certainly, I can tell that was a bit humiliating for them. And now look at them. Once again, they don't have money, but we've seen that doesn't really matter. For some reason, these guys are just good enough to fight back with pistols against the enemy. Of course, we get called into a small tactical pause. But I'm pretty sure that Elevate should be able to do a little bit better. Now they do have weapons, and I'm certain they learned something from the previous round. They did something right. And if it worked, they could probably try the same thing again.
Well, for what it's worth, most of the pieces of the puzzle were there. Problem is, the clock wasn't. So yeah, that's the big problem here for MIBR Academy, who definitely seem to be showing promise. I mean, I love the creativity they've got time and time again, but I don't know, maybe you're getting a little too creative for good measure. You need to play a little bit more standard at times. And here comes the standard play. You've got Burns on the silo. Again, it's like a Lil, so I'm not super sure if the long-distance battles are going to be effective. But you know what? At least close quarters, they will be, as Stormzen finds the first kill. Not going to be a long-lived advantage, however, but they do plant the bomb, and they do have some extra map control. The Tech 9s have come into play, and they're doing some solid work. The Galil is actually quite far away still. So if you decided to go in right now, you would only have to worry about the headshots from the Tech 9s. There's Burns. He's about to emerge. I think somebody might have a read on him. Arrows and Stormzen still next to the bomb. Man, time is ticking. You need to move in fast. You need to go in now, because that's no winning formula. You need to get those kills, man. You need to go in. They find those both. And that won't be a defusal anyway. Look what I'm telling you, man. It's always the clock. What's going on with teams today? The clock management is not working whatsoever on either side.
I am not happy. I am kind of angry, honestly, at what happened right now. They just literally allowed themselves to lose that. The enemy had no weapons at all. They had the upper hand. Like, I am angry right now. I am angry to see Elevate actually doing that.
Say it.
Shouldn't have happened. I hope they get scolded for that. Their coach is not gonna be happy. But right now, let's just try to focus on what is going to happen, which is of course a push coming in from the T's. A couple kills falling in. Oh, watch out, there is one right around the corner. OKC claims that kill with the Galil. CK Sao answers. Gets the refrag with the pistol. Of course they drop utility, and then the T's decide to actually move back because the A site is completely free at this point. It's a 3v2, and Elevate doesn't really have any weapons. So now they're just patiently waiting. There it is. Bomb has been planted, and probably right now, yeah, CK Sao and BNC, they have to scout a little bit for the weapons. CK Sao grabs the Galil. He's gonna try to bring them on the next one. But, well, what a way to actually give advantage to an enemy team that had not the high card. Wow. And what a way to give the weapons away as well.
Yeah, I'm not loving this. I'm not loving this map so far. Elevate, we're looking so well at first, and then you run the clock dry, then you give up your weapons, now you have no money. This is going to be an even larger lead for MIBR Academy, and this is Elevate's map selection. What's happening, Aventune? A bunch of bad decision-making and bad play calling. Not super sure who the IGL is. It might be Lash, but yeah, I mean, I'm not super sure if the power structure is really being respected here. It seems like Elevate is playing two different maps. They're super split apart as well, and look at that. I am not sure if the defense of the ramp is going to be effective. It won't be. They're just forcing Diazeta to run away, and poor guy, he does get a kill on his way back. But that site belongs to MIBR Academy. MIBR are in it to win it and maybe take us to a third map. But here you go. It's all about planting the bomb now. And once again, the puck's kind of running dry. The bomb's within the site, though. Yeah, they're trying to get the kills now. Just farm the money. There you go. Only Lash remains. When are they going to plant?
No need to plant here. Yeah, they just go for the
They
kills instead.
Goodness. That was free money.
I'm just surprised about this. Like, Elevate actually picked this map, and they are the CT on the CT side. Like, we all know this is a CT-sided map. Just allowing MIBR to get that much advantage on the T side is definitely detrimental to both the opportunities of actually winning this map and the mental health. Well, here we go. One kill already fell in. Crimson is out of the equation. Still plenty of money for MIBR, to be honest. No biggie. Couple round advantage as well. Yuzura. Seeking point. Trying to check if anybody wants to do something, but he gets a little bit bored. Decides to push instead. And that is not the right decision, so he goes down, of course. And here comes CK Sao trying the exact same thing. Does get a kill, though. But of course, falls down with the refrag.
Thought he reacted to the shadow projecting there. He definitely turned around a little bit sooner, but unfortunately still loses the 1v1. Now, Elevate, I mean, they have the intel. They know that it's a push on B. They're still protecting in a pretty weird way. Letting the clock run. Lash is only now about to emerge from the ramp. If he decides to move, actually, because it seems like MIBR are holding on. I say at the 20-second mark, they're going to start to get a move on to plant the bomb. Which you do have, there you go. There's the bomb plant. And it won't be any good for Elevate. Zedgy thought he was going to have a clear shot towards Card or Paris, and it didn't happen. Paris eventually takes care of Zedgy. So that's another lead for MIBR, this time on the player count. BNZ is able to claim 1 kill. Do they get a second? They do, they do. Lash, I think he hears Paris approaching. There you go. They're going to force him out of there with a util. Oh, no. 1v1. The HP isn't there. BNC has no util. BNC has no HP. That nade is going to do it. Oh, no. Not quite in range, but he cannot defuse either. And Paris had another extra HE for good measure. He needs to survive. No, the bomb gets to both of them. What is this map, Evan Toon?
Well, it's Nuke. What can I tell you? It's not an easy map, to be honest. And I think I'm starting to feel like both teams don't really have it essayed. They don't really know exactly how to play it perfectly. They're making a lot of mistakes. Maybe it's a problem of communication. I don't really know exactly what is happening, but I am certainly not liking what I see right here. Both teams need to start working on their Nuke map. That is for sure. Now, the problem also is MIBR with 5 rounds already. That's huge. On the T side, that shouldn't be happening. Now, of course, there is no money in the hands of Elevate, so we can translate that into another free round for MIBR. Or so I would say, but we've seen this happen before. These guys can definitely just eco the enemy at the most unexpected moment. But here we go. Pushing forward into round number 8. Nobody on the outside. Nobody on secret either, but making sure. What the mollies. Burns. It's escalating. Not gonna find anyone in there, but he certainly is gonna find someone right. Yep, there we go. That's the first kill. Watch out for BNC. Oh, the double nade. Not gonna deal too much damage, but look at that. He gets out from the ladder. Actually takes down Storms and Burns, answers and retaliates, takes him down as well. But just around the corner, danger is waiting.
It really doesn't feel like Elevate is playing CT right now. Feels like they're playing a much different strat. Well, shouts to DOZ.
Oh.
He is able to find 2 kills here. Of course, he's already located. And that's 2 players remaining. He can only run away and try to fight a 1v1, but eventually LKZ gets to him. But I don't know, man. They're just not as precise as they were on DOS 2. Granted, they're not that far away in terms of kills. If you look at Elevate's numbers, that is. But Paris is definitely popping off. Stormson and Burns are doing great. Car's not doing so good. 3 tactical pauses already? Really? They ran through all of them? Holy, I never noticed. I mean, I kind of feel like I didn't notice. But wow. All 3 tacticals gone already. Talk about a crisis within the team, man. If you have to burn through those so fast. But this is their map, and this is their side. They need to get that 4-round win streak going before the end of the first half. If I don't see a 6-6 score, I'm going to be super disappointed, first and foremost. And second, I'm also going to question why they even came here in the first place. They were doing swell on Nuke on previous maps. I'm just so baffled by the performance right now. Not over yet, though. Still the first half. You could still put up some solid numbers, but look at CK Zhao. Already brought down to half his HP. That's not what you want to see. Oh, but they do find the first kill. That's Stormson taken down.
Finds a little bit of advantage to start off. It seems like another one is going to fall in. Look at those shots. Diosera actually knows there's a player right there, but... Oh, there it is. Diosera clamming down Burns. Another player places himself right there. Look at those random shots actually landing throughout the smokes, doing so much damage. Shot for the duel. Missed shot with the AWP. Dudes, relocate. But just... He had the position and just gave it away and then just went right back knowing there's a player right there. No reason for it. But still, Elevate right now has advantage, and another kill falls in as Seed claims one of the enemies. But CK South goes down as LKZ pushes forward and grabs his head. Turn it into a trophy. Well, right now it's 2 players. BNC is able to deal some damage to the second one, but of course Diosera is going to be the one claiming that one for himself. Well, pretty okay-ish round for Elevate. At least they got it. They definitely need that. Because MIBR still doubles their score.
Well, like I said, Elevate need that 4-round win streak. If they don't get it, then I'm not super sure how much I can really put them in the advantage going forward. Regardless of if they make it to the playoffs or not, they would still have 1 extra map to play, of course. Not over for them just yet. Last year, though, that bullet was just a preemptive bullet. There's no way he was actually hoping to find a headshot there or anything. I'm not loving the beginning of this round, but MIBR still counting their units far back. They have not committed too many people to going forward. They actually seem to be blocked out of the facility. The wall of smokes did not help them much either. And Zeji was always on the lookout on the outside. Closing the entrance to the ramp as well. I love how Elevate are using their util in this round, but are they running dry? Are they gonna run through it too fast is my next question. DOZ sets himself up for the defensive B. And MIBR, they have 1 minute left to play with. Now, of course, like I said, no info. That's also info. You know where they're not. So they're definitely not within the facility right now. Some players have to be aiming towards outside. And if they're not, that's a huge missed opportunity Seems like it's just BNC looking out into mini. He hears the footsteps. He gets 1 kill and is able to guard himself before dying as well. He took some damage. Oh, actually, no, BNC took no damage. What's going on? What's with the aim today? But still, he rushes back out. Eventually, he does go down, but you know what? The damage is done. Now it's only a matter of claiming those kills. Dude, what's going on? Diosette is the only one standing? So much damage on MIBR, they weren't able to get many kills? Dude.
Bomb planted right now for MIBR on a 1v3. Diazera. He is kind of top fragging right now for his team, but that might just not be enough to actually fight off 3 dudes with heavy weapons. Be careful though. Rest you go outside. He is definitely gonna catch one of the enemy off guard. Careful with the AWP as well. And just gets that kill, pushes back, saves the M4. That's still a round for MIBR, and that is not good. These guys are just pretty much giving the game away. Not liking what I see.
Me neither. This is feeling like a much different team. These guys really took that first map the way they did? Or are they just, you know, trying to push the score for all it's got? They're like, you know what, we want to play more, so let's give up some rounds. Nah, come on, dude. You definitely had a solid positioning. I can't believe how successful MIBR was in pushing through Mini and Squeaky. Shouldn't have been that easy. MIBR is going for a tactical pause of their own too, which is interesting. They do give Elevate a chance to talk within themselves as well. And they definitely need to get themselves together, man. They need to rethink that strat as the approach is getting harder and harder as time goes on. But here goes. Time for another round. 2 more to go before, or rather this one and 1 more, and that will be the end of the first half. And it's pretty important question to ask. Will Elevate make their loadouts worth? Look at Saji, man. Look at Saji. Look at how much damage he just took. Unfortunate to see so much life go to just util, but it is what it is. Flash does not have his CAWP with him anymore. Forced to play with the M4. BNC forced to play with the MP9. Not that he was feeling too bad before. He actually did fine protecting from Hut. But now there's some intel being relayed. They know where Elevate is defending from. And MIBR is going to start rotating towards probably a ramp push. Let's see how many units they commit to that.
Still no... Ooh, I was gonna say still no deaths, but there we go. Stormson is the one falling down. CK's out. Adding another stripe to the Tiger. We got the 3-7. The defense has been lacking up to this point, but still have 40 seconds on the clock. And the problem here is MIBR is already jumping off into the second half of the game with advantage, that's for sure. Ooh, another kill. BNC with the MP9. Watch out. Good answer. Nice. That was clean. That's exactly how it should be. Well, that's oh, round number 4 for Elevate. Tactical pause falls in. This time for MIBR. And we have no money. Just a little bit for MIBR. Gonna have to think a little bit more than usual. Know exactly what to do on Galil or Paris. Thornton should be able to afford something. But we are at the last round of the first half. So all that money needs to go. And just a couple Tech 9s, cavalry helmet, deagle, and some utility. In theory, this round should go for Elevate. They have the upper hand in firepower and positioning. But hey, anything can happen. Now, Seed is gonna be the one taking point right here on Big Red. Takes 1, 2, not quite the third. Falls down as Cart, and Perez deal a lot of damage to him. Now the nade. That's gonna do something. Not quite the kill. Climbing through the smoke, trying to see if he can actually touch somebody right there. Wow, but Perez takes 1 kill. Here comes CK Sao from Silo, takes 2 players down. And it's all down to Stormson, still alive. Who wants that kill, but it does not happen. CK Sao taps him in the head with the M4. And that is more than enough to give it to Elevate. So now we jump into the second half of the game. We hit that reset button and switch sides. But MIBR with a clear advantage of 2 rounds and what seems to be the scale as well.
Well, you know what? Good on Elevate for making the score look the way it is looking now. I felt like that was not going to be a positive end of the first half, but they are looking like a better team. Like I said, if they didn't get that 4-round win streak, it was going to look bleak. It's still looking bleak, but at least you are just 2 rounds away. And if you get Pistol, that should be a tied-up score. But it's T-side that you're going to have to play now, and that complicates things so much for them. Not that they can't do it, but it is T-side Nuke. Nuke is kind of the poster child of some very heavy-handed maps for one particular side, and Elevate generally plays a much better CT on Nuke. The last performance where they did go on T-side was a loss versus Dusty Roots, but they did take 7 rounds on T-side. So it's not impossible. They need to take 8 this time if they want to win the map. But most importantly, I think it's all about blocking MIBR and really testing their willingness to push when the numbers are not necessarily stacked up in their favor. And look at that! Look at Zedgy! Look at Zedgy! Is he on his own going to do it? Not quiet, but you know what? It's a 2v1. Stormson is the last player standing. And Elevate has their bomb located. But I think they're going to try to fight the 1v1 first. And they see him! They see Stormson! That's just a little bit of damage on top of the guy. And DZ is going to pick up the bomb. Trying to go towards the ramp. It seems Stormson has the read on them, though. He's about to emerge from the vents real soon. Lash is ready for that defense. DOZ is going to plant. There you go. Bomb planted at the very least and successfully found Stormson too. So they plant the bomb. They get the massacre. The money is looking good for Elevate if they want to make a small investment here. Force the buy. Look at Zedgy. 4,300. What a way to come out of the pistol round.
Oh man, round number 14. This could be the one that actually gets everything tied up. And for some reason, it seems that both players are just a little bit better playing on T side. Like, maybe they're just aggressive players in general on their playstyle. So, hey, who knows? Maybe the T side is a strong one for Elevate. Comes all utility. Player spotted. Player dead. Shots fall in. Oh, watch out. PNC goes down and Paris claims him with a FAMAS. Yes, sir. I gets the kill with the AK-47. Enemy spotted. Of course, DSR was right there. Stormson, he was hidden and retaliates with the Deagle. Kill falls in as well. Now we're down to only Pers with 3 HP. Yeah, I think we can call this round already.
Solid performance from Elevate. I think they're kind of still deciding which side to push. There's not too much intel for them to play with, but there you go. They finally found the last player standing, and that was Perez. And yeah, with 3 HP. Using these on him, and he's dead. There you have it. 7-7. It's the exact same amount. Let's go. We're finally back to even, and like I said, Elevate could for sure push a little bit further to try and get this kind of score going. We are loving it. Remember, if Elevate win this map, MIBR Academy are out of the competition. and they are both 6 rounds away from winning. Elevate did win last map 13-8, so they're not too far out of the too far off from their original score. But look at that. Look at how easily they got into A. Talk about absolute dominance when going into the facility. And now they're going to keep on pushing. Look at Zaji. Look at Zaji. He wants to make bank with this Max 10. Unfortunately, he only found 1 kill. But now it's CK Zhao's turn to take care of the rest with the Galil. And Dio Zeta probably has to read on Burns. But yeah, no shot at a retake here. MIBR Academy just want to make as much damage as possible from a distance. But yeah, this is about it. Elevate are now in the lead. Once again, Amatune.
Yep, there we go. 2 Galil kills right at the end just to confirm that this round was going to be eventually for Elevate. 7-8 finally coming back from a 7-4 if I'm not mistaken. So they go round after round. And yes, it seems like the T side is actually their strong side for this map. Shouldn't be that way, but hey, if it works, let's go for it. Now they begin pushing forward. They got their weapons. And they want blood. Shots coming through the hut. And actually dealing quite a bit of damage. Storms in down to 61. Look at that. They begin pulling back as well. I want to play a little bit for time here. Players getting on the roof. Well, who do you think is going to get the next kill? Is it going to be Diosera? Or is it going to be CK Zhao?
Gonna meet you halfway. It's gonna be Zeji. Well, I'm not super sure. Oh, actually, Zeji was the first one located. He could have shot through Squeaky, but decided to hold back a little bit. There you go, Zeji! I got it!
Yeah.
We win! We keep on winning! You know who else keeps on winning? It's Elevate. Dissipating the smoke, trying to check Heaven as well. They're not gonna find anybody. Until now, look at that, LKZ.
Ooh.
Taken care of. Card eventually finds a kill on Zeji too, but you know what the damage is done. Zeji found his 2 kills, and I think he's satisfied with his performance in this round. And they find Card as well with the Galil. They get the headshot with the Galil on Card. Fantastic round from Elevate all around. And I'm loving what I'm seeing from them. They're definitely learning from their past mistakes. This should be another round that they claim to the bank. I'm not sure if MIBR is going to make a force buy or anything. They seem to be more eager to play pistols. Probably a couple of deagles here and there. Maybe some MP9s, but at that point, yeah, just play pistols. Yeah, it's going to probably be the double digits for Elevate here real soon. My boy, Evan Toon.
Well, there is no money, no power, no weapons. But hey, you know what there is? Skill and hope. Burns gets the kill, although he goes down to 8 HP. Here come BNC on the move. He's gonna stumble upon one player. Here they go. BNC is gonna be the first bastion of defense from that position. We can actually see Elevate just spreading around the whole map. It's a good thing. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Been spotted. Oh. But well, there was 3 players right there. Lashes and 1 claiming Storms his head. Nothing happens from Diosera. Look at the way he actually lurks around. Burns goes down next. Third one, Card is out of the equation. You can subtract 3 players to this round for MIBR. Now the bomb's gonna get planted. Diosera right here. Ooh, just getting out of there at the worst possible moment. And he didn't see it, actually.
Not for sure, he might have seen him. Oh, there you go. They saw him first. But there was some danger lurking around. Paris is able to walk out of this one with an M4. A bit of a win in disguise for MIBR. At least they don't have to make that big of an investment next round. But regardless, Elevate is getting to the double digits and time is running out. The clock is ticking for MIBR. And I'm not just talking about this bomb that's about to explode. I'm talking about their tournament life. It seems to have an expiration date. And we're slowly approaching it, depending on how well Elevate can play the remaining rounds here. But Elevate, already feeling like a much different team, I must insist. If you told me that somebody else was playing those first 5 rounds, I would not question that. Like, hey, that wasn't actually Elevate, that was actually, I don't know, Bounty Hunters or someone. Because they were definitely feeling like just out of their number. They were not in their area. So out of line. There we go. This is what they wanted. They wanted to play T-side for whatever reason. This is where they're actually popping off. And look at that. MIBR Academy forced to play with 3 MP9s. Which is also a huge element here. They were winning for so long that the loss bonus was not really adding up for them. And goodbye to one of those non-MP9 weapons as well. You've got 2 MP9s remaining and 1 M4. Never mind, just 2 MP9s. What's going on here? MIBR Academy is falling apart.
Well, KC is still alive. Actually claims down seed as he was pushing forward. Flash is not going to save him, but he's all alone on a 1v3. Still plenty of time, 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock approximately. So the terrorist force can definitely take their time, get that bomb planted safely. Just need to make sure that LKZ is not going to wipe them off the map. That's not happen. CK Sao with the high ground takes him out. Just like that, Elevate gets the round for themselves as well. Now we have 7 and 11 on the score, and Elevate is really close to just calling it quits, but with the win.
Do you think they go all the way with it?
I think so. Yeah, I feel like at this point, MIBR, they should definitely be demoralized. They had the advantage, they gave it away, and I am starting to feel like Elevate was just playing with their minds and playing with them for a while. Just playing a little bit with their food, you know?
Yeah, that would make sense, to be honest. Kinda sucks to be MIBR Academy. You were doing so well at first. Now, granted, it's not over. Oh, man. It's looking ever so slightly more over, though, as Elevate are able to claim the first kill in Storm's Inn. I don't know how many players he saw, but depending on the intel he was able to relay, that's going to ignite a new shifting off the pieces for MIBR. They're going outside. Card is taking care of Silo first, but he won't find anyone. And actually, he won't find anybody on the outside, and they already took care of BNC.
Oh,
How did
God.
they take care of CK Sal, though? That's the lead for MIBR Academy. Suddenly turning things around. How the turntables. Oh, no. Unfortunately for MIBR Academy, they lose control of the site as well. But now LKZ, dude, that was a very long spray. I'm not loving that. Still a lead for MIBR, though.
Well, at least the kill falls in, but those kills aren't as clean as they should, and Elevate right now lost all the advantage they had on this round. Look at that shot coming in from Karth, making things even harder for Seed. The bomb needs to get planted, but of course, they're just gonna chase him down. Well, that is one for MIBR. Still plenty of money for Elevate, so they should still be able to afford the AKs, the AWP, yeah. I really do hope to see Lash doing better with that weapon on this map, because we know that this guy's a powerhouse. We saw it on the previous game, and he hasn't really been performing that good. It's strange for Elevate to pick a map in which their best player is not really shining as it should. Aggressive play going in. Seems like a fight might break out on radio. Just might. Ooh.
Ooh. The call out from Card. They heard those footsteps. They knew somebody was going to be right there. I'm going to be on C for turning around and trying to fight the fight, but he loses it against the Opper. And Card went all the way back inside the facility. I love the fast movement from MIBR Academy. Elevate kind of forced to play it slow. Paris sees them, has to back down. He's alive. That's what matters here. He has to stay alive. 2 players remain for Elevate. Man, what a disaster of a push. Being left completely limited on the resources they have. And Lash can only hold on to defensive angles while ZK Zhao tries to make way. But at this point, I don't think it's too worth it to keep on fighting for an actual push and plant. Good trigger discipline though. But yeah, that's going to be pretty much it, methinks. I'm not super sure if Lash is going to be able to find the bomb in the first place. There you have it. He's going to end up dying. Loses the AWP. I think there was room for a save, but at least they do still have money for a full purchase here. Lash is going to have to be back on the AWP. Yeah, that's the one silver lining for Elevate. They have the money to keep on playing, but if they lose one more round, that's going to sound all the alarms.
Well, womp womp. Right now, Elevate is not having a good time. They're struggling far more than they should. And giving rounds that they definitely shouldn't. This is costly for them. We can see MIBR really close to actually getting back in the game. Pushing forward through the fire and the smoke. Ooh, smoke dissipation with the nade. A lot of damage comes in, but not enough. Burns is the one winning that duel on the AK-47. The rest of the team begins moving forward as well, but be careful because Cart is going to take that kill with the AWP. Pushes back. Look at that. Burns got burned. But the advantage is still for MIBR in this round. Oh, look at that. Lash. The equalizer. With the AWP. We're past the 1 minute mark. And see, it decides to go into heaven. Huh. Although there's one player. Oh. Are they waiting for him? Here comes the utility, and they actually try to fake it out. Just a little bit. Gonna get together. Not quite enough damage. Stormson gets out of there alive, but not unscathed. Lash gets a kill against Karth, and the same thing happens against LKZ. Ooh. Oh, there it is.
Dude, Seji must be so thankful with his teammates right now. He was so close to dying there.
Yeah. Well, that's the round for Elevate. The one they so much needed. 9 and 12. At least he got the overtime secured, huh?
Yes, at the very least, we will see some OT, but Elevate are 1 round away from eliminating MIBR Academy. I don't think they want to keep testing their luck. This could be the end of it, everybody. It's time to see if Elevate can actually clutch things out. They just need this 1 round. They're still playing against an AWP and 4 M4s, though, so I don't think the loadout is anything you need to be, too cocky when fighting. Oh, look at that, though! ZK Zhao takes care of Burns once. Again, I'm not loving the crosshair placement all around. I think there's a lot of room for improvement there. Stormson, though, finds the kill against ZK Zhao in return. And now Elevate are going to test their luck pushing somewhere else. They don't want to keep on pushing on the outside. LKZ defending the ramp. Reacts to the smoke of his own teammates, by the way. So, no reason for him to keep on pushing. Elevate can play the clock a little bit. They've still got a minute and 5 seconds left to go. But MIBR Academy seems to be kind of, I'm not saying lost, but they are definitely looking for someone, and they're not finding anybody just yet. Oh, but look at that. Stormson takes care of BNC. That's a lead for MIBR Academy. Not over yet, and I think that Paris is located in a fantastic spot to stop Zeji from moving. Card takes care of the Ozera, and there's Zeji emerging. I'm not loving this push, man. I'm not loving how Elevate can't hold on to a lead.
No, that's not even a push. They just got decimated. They ran into their own demise. And just with the final kill falling in, Paris taking down Lash. MIBR Academy reaches the double digits as well. Elevate needs to close this down as soon as possible. And Oh my lord. Right now, with the economy as it is for them, they're just gonna go ahead and try to save. No, they don't. Look at that, Lash. Oh god. Alright, well, they can try. Who knows? We've seen this happen before. If they manage to get at least 1 or 2 good kills. The thing is, there we go. Good kill for Lash, but Paris takes him down as well. And that is the upper. So we can call that a fair trade, but I think that Lash is a far more important gear. LKC on the other side takes down Seed as well, but a headshot. And now Diosera is chipped down by the nade. Pushes forward. There's one player right around. Gets out of there. 1 minute and 10 seconds. 3v4. Lacking firepower. Elevate. Do you have what it takes? Let's find out on the next episode.
Well, you know what they say. The horse that catches up usually wins. MIBR Academy have not yet caught up, though. They're still behind on the score. But at least here in the remaining player count, they are feeling okay. Storms in, about to emerge. Oh no! Oh no! The ambush from the backside! Paris takes care of both of them. And that leaves only ZK Zal. Whatever damage she can put on, that will be great. Finds 1 kill. Can't find a second. This is the true decider, my boy. Do we see OT? Or does Elevate win it? Do they run away with victory here? Or do they have to keep on playing? Regardless, MIBR Academy have already put in quite a bit of work. Elevate, man, if they lose it here, they're going to end up kicking themselves, I'm sure.
But they didn't even save on the previous one. They forced out, so right now they're only going to bring up those Tech 9s into the game, so... Also, 3 players without helmet. Yeah, I think we can call it an OT. Nothing is written on stone, but I think it's pretty obvious by now. Elevate. I feel like they don't really stand a chance. Not on this round. Here they go, first blood.
Forcing Card into Sec 9 for a second, but I don't think the 1v1 is going to be any more successful either. Oh, they do find Storms in, and that is 1 rapid-fire weapon you can pick up. Bomb will be planted, though, so Elevate is now playing post-plant in a place where Zeji picked up an M4. He's probably keep on holding to the fence. Time is running out for MIBR Academy. They do find CK Zhao and Lash. 2 players remaining for Elevate. Will Zeji and Diozeta become the heroes the team needs? Zeji takes care of 1. DK Zhao, here's the moving. He's gonna try to distract him from the top. Zeji found 1. If Zeji dies, it's over. Does he stop the bomb defusal? He does! Oh my god, he did it! Goodness gracious, what? Zeji! The ace! He got the ace! What on earth was that round? He got the ace and the map for his team, and they're going to round 5. What was that?
It was just magic, my friend. I mean, they had no opportunity. I even called it for them, and they just happened to do wonders with the Tech 9s. It just went really well for them, and Seed, of course, Chef Kiss after that. Well, they get the round, they get the win, and they get the 2-0 just by the end.
I mean, it's an amazing effort that he just put up. Shoutouts to him.
Wow.
But it shouldn't have come to that. I'm just gonna say it. It shouldn't have come to that. They definitely had more than enough chances to clutch things out. They couldn't quite do it. But hey, it is what it is. They actually managed to clutch it out. And that's it for today, everybody. That was the final match. That was the final round 2. What a Whew, I'm kind of feeling my heart pumping right now because of how close that was. But shout out to Zedgy for getting that ace. But you know what, Evan Toon, it's time for us to sign off and say goodbye. You guys already know where to find us. I'm at Toon Laguna. Evan Toon's at Evan Toon Media. Anything you want to say, my boy?
Well, I just wanted to say goodbye the same way that MIBR is gonna be forced to actually say goodbye as well, because they just got eliminated from the tournament. Unfortunately, they rack up 3 losses against themselves, with one of them actually being a forfeit. So we are not gonna see them for the next one, but of course we are going to be seeing you on the next one, because there's still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played.